All right. Hello, everybody. I apologize that this video has taken so long to get out. First things first, my name is Daryloth. Welcome to the channel. If you are new to the channel, welcome for the first time. If you are old to the channel, welcome back. Thank you for coming back. This is finally the continuation of the tier list that I did like a month ago, I think. I think it'll be about a month by the time that this video comes out. Which maybe that could be how we do the rest of them is on a monthly basis. It could be kind of something to look forward to every month. So we did agility in the first part, and now we're moving on to endurance. I'm just doing them alphabetically. I'm trying to think if there were any things that I moved. I added Blade's Stalwart to the list because it was a card that somebody pointed out I forgot to mention. Blade Stalwart, I think, is a B tier. I know I moved the Swindler down into F tier because I thought that was pretty bad. Everything else in agility should be the same as it was in the first video. So if you'd like a more in-depth explanation on why some of the cards are where they are, you know where to find that video. Okay, we're going to be starting out pretty strong, I think. I'm just going to jump into things with the Aldvalathi Assassin. So the Aldvalathi Assassin is a 1-2 for 2 with Rally and Lethal, and it comes in, for me at least, at a very easy S tier. This card is so good, especially when you pull it on curve. It has utility up until the very end of the game due to the fact that it's lethal, because it can just completely lock down a lane or it can completely insta-kill a creature. I mean, when you really think about the power that lethal creatures have, they can kill anything, damn near anything. Hulking Scalon is an exception to that rule. There's a few others, but damn near anything can be killed with a lethal creature, especially if you have cards like Squish the Wimpy or Quicksilver Crossbow. They can combo extremely effectively with these cards, and its low cost combos really well with Unstoppable Rage. I don't know why I can't talk today. I'm not going to edit it out. I usually do. This one, I'm just going to try to do the full thing all the way through, so we'll see how this works. Yeah, I'll pull out the Assassin, though. Very good. I think that when you draw it on curve as well, due to the rally and the fact that it instantly locks down a lane, it just has this potential to continue building and buffing cards in your hand and in your deck, and you really just can't sell this thing short. It's incredible, and I think it fits along very nicely with the rest of these S tier cards. Okay, up next is Almalexia. Almalexia is a 6/6 for 7 with the Exalt 3. When you exalt her, so exalting is that you pay an extra price of magicka on top of the actual cost of the card, and then you get some sort of benefit for that. So her Exalt 3 costs 3 magicka, is that she gains +6/+6. So effectively you're getting a 6/6, well, no, you're getting a 12/12 for 10 rather than a 6/6 for 7, which is super nice. Granted, if Almalexia is silenced, she loses this feature, which is a little bit annoying. And then an added benefit on Almalexia is that she also grants other exalted creatures, so friendly exalted creatures, immunity to damage, which is insane. Almalexia is actually, I think, a great card. I did this tier list previously. I did a lot of parts of this tier list, and originally I had really debated on where to put this card because I personally, I don't know about you guys, I don't really use this card all that frequently. But when you're looking at other 10 costs, like look at Hulking Scalon here. If Almalexia you pay the full 10 cost for, she's going to be giving you a 12/12 that's immune to damage. That's crazy. Especially when you combo this with with other cards in the Tribunal colors, which is where she would ideally be played. She becomes a very strong card with a lot of potentials for other synergies. Now, is this the best card in the game? No. But I do think that its utility far surpasses a lot of these just generic solid cards. I think that this is very scary when it comes down, and unless your opponent has hard removal immediately available, Almalexia is going to be very terrifying because she ignores lethal too. If a lethal creature damages her, doesn't matter because she's immune to damage. So pretty damn cool card. Up next we have a far less intimidating card, but with a very similar name. So we have Almalexia's Disciple here, and this card is a little bit tough to place for me. So it has this effect of Exalt 2 with healing all friendly creatures when you do Exalt it. Essentially, You're playing a 4 cost 2/3 if you exalt this, and you're getting the effect of healing everything. I think this is definitely niche. You're going to have to be playing um, around creatures that need to be healed. Wounded Warrior, I guess, would be a place where this kind of fits, but even in that deck, like I think Healing Hands might be a better way to get this effect than playing the Almalexius Disciple here, just from a Magicka standpoint. Um, because there's certainly better ways to do that, and even in Wounded Warrior, your creatures don't have that uh, much health to begin with that needs to be healed. They're pretty much there to be damaged, do some damage, and then die. So I'm not super sold on this card. It's C tier bordering on D for me. I've never been a big fan of it. I think that in Arena it might have more potential than it does in Constructed, but even still, not a huge fan. I also moved Unrelenting Siege down into niche, by the way, because I just noticed that. Okay, up next is the Ancestral Dead. This is a 2/4 for 3 with the Slay effect of Summon a Risen Dead. I don't know if this will be a controversial take, but I think that this card is probably C tier. I wouldn't run this unless I'm running some sort of skeleton-based thing, but maybe that's just me. Um, I don't really think that it's as good as a lot of the other 3 cost cards. Its stat line is nice. The 2/4 is nice. You probably will get your Risen Dead when you put this down in the early game because it outpaces things like the Varanus Courier or uh, I guess this dude, if your opponent doesn't actually get any buffs onto it. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just not overly impressed with this. I think the Risen Dead is fine. It's a 1/1 guard that you're generating here, so if you've got the right kind of deck for it, I think that it could really work. But it's not something that I would just throw in with the rest of these cards up here. Like it doesn't really give any immediate value other than a decent stat line, and I don't really think that it's reliable in the same way that the B tier cards are. Okay, up next is the Ancient Lookout. This is going to go straight into niche as well. The reason being that it's entirely reliant on you playing dragon cards. Now, dragon cards are very strong, as I am quick to point out, but I just don't really think that on its own it deserves a higher spot. So the effect of this card, first off, it's a 2/3 for 2, and it's got the effect of when you summon a dragon, summon a 1/1 Draugr Sentry with Guard. This already I think is probably better than the Ancestral Dead here. The stat line's a tick lower, but it's also like it's got this 2 cost instead of the 3, and I just think it's a lot more consistent to pull off because you can play like Dragon Spell Sword or something like that. So maybe I'll throw this guy down here. I'm just not too sold on the Ancestral Dead, but maybe you guys can tell me in the comments why I am undervaluing this card. But yeah, Ancient Lookout synergizes really well with dragons. It's this card that can kind of keep building and building tokens that makes it difficult for your opponent to actually hit you, and to deal damage to this thing is difficult because it's continually generating these guards. So uh, I don't know, it's just annoying basically. You can hide all your stuff behind it and just be a big troll. Okay, Angry Grawl is up next. The 2/4 for 4. It has Regenerate and Summon +2/+2 if your opponent has more cards in hand. I am also not super sold on this. I think that it's going to go into Y for me. It's relying on your opponent having more cards than you, which you typically don't want. If you're really low on cards, that's not really a good thing. Unless you're like very, very certain you're going to win on the next turn, you shouldn't be dumping your hand ever, is my rule of thumb. Now, I don't always play like that because sometimes I just forget, get too caught up in the moment. But I think that in a vacuum, this card is just not that good. I mean, if we go up to our B tier and A tier cards, let's look for a 4 cost. So the immediate one that sticks out here is the Sentry. It's a 4/3 with Prophecy and Guard. You're immediately getting more value out of that than you are with this Angry Grawl. For one, the stat line is actually better, and the keywords are much better. The Regenerate here is I don't like trying to choose a worst keyword, but I think that regenerate probably is the worst keyword because in most cases it's not going to be giving you a whole ton of value. Um, and especially in this case, I'm just, I know I'm picking on the 2-4 stat lines in this one so far, but I'm not super thrilled with this stat line. It dies to a lot of different kinds of removal. It dies to Execute, dies to Lightning Bolt, dies to Arrow Storm. So I don't know. I just pick something better. Just don't use this card unless it's in Arena or something. Okay, up next is the Archean Elite. The Archean Elite is a 3/5 for 4 with lethal. Uh, it's a very basic card, but I think that it's probably pretty solid, especially in arena decks. I know a lot of you guys were asking me what my opinions are on arena, and honestly, I am so bad at arena. I'm I'm not the one to talk to about arena type decks. I've done I think one arena run on my channel, and it was actually the first time that I ever uh, fully completed an arena thing with no losses, so that was pretty cool. But yeah, the Elite, I think it's probably better in Arena than it is in Constructed, but even in Constructed, the 3/5 for 4 is solid. It's already a much better stat line than you're getting for this because it's out of range of pretty much all types of regular removal type stuff. And with that out of the way, we're going to move on to the Archean Venom Tongue. So the Venom Tongue is a 1/4 for 4 with lethal, and the slay effect of gain +1 max magicka. If this thing is not S tier, it's A tier. It's really, really good. I think I'm going to throw it into S because the slay effect is super nice. The lethal is very similar to the lethal that's being used here. The stat line with the cost allows it to be played with all of the same stuff that this can be played with, that being Quicksilver or Squish or Unstoppable Rage. All of those are viable with this and honestly even better in some cases. And even when you're not running those combo cards, this thing just has a presence when it is down on the board. Your opponent immediately knows about it, and they need to play away from this thing. This thing in the field lane is far more intimidating than this is because this is actually going to get a buff from killing a card that your opponent puts down. The only problem here with a card like Venom Tongue is that if you play it in the field lane, it is susceptible to charge cards like the Viper up here, for instance. So really good card. You have to know how to play with it. I think that it's not too difficult to play with, though. I mean, you get some immediate presence and power down on the board as soon as you play it. So it's more of a board control type card. It's not something that's going to immediately win you a game, but it's something that's going to immediately win you presence on the board. Okay, this is another card I had a lot of trouble placing before. So Arise is the next card here. It's a 2-cost action. It's a prophecy, and it has summon a 1/1 Risen Dead with guard in each lane. I think that this just kind of fits in either token or skeleton type decks. Personally speaking, I don't think I've ever put this in a deck. It's niche bordering on why again for me. I just don't really have a whole lot of experience with this card. I don't quite know where to put it, but as soon as I uh, like kind of read the effect and look at it, I'm just not super impressed with it. I think the prophecy is nice to have on this card. It gives it an extra bonus. But realistically speaking, if you're doing a prophecy based endurance deck, you're better off doing Midnight Sweep here in place of Arise. So I think for that reason, I'm going to put it into Y. I don't really get it. I don't think that it is that powerful in any kind of deck. Okay, 3-cost Onde Clan Sorcerer is next. So the Onde Clan Sorcerer is a very interesting card. 3-cost 4/3. At the end of your turn, if 3 or more creatures died this turn, you put a random blood magic spell into your hand. I think this card is A tier or B tier. The reason being, it's a little bit conditional. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. 3 creatures have to have died on one turn, and then you get the blood magic spell in your hand. With that said, 3 creatures needing to die is not really asking too much, especially if you have cards like, Odd the Assassin is a great example here. If your opponent plays down let's say a giant bat in the field lane, you could use your Aldvalati Assassin to kill the Giant Bat and the Aldvalati in one swing. That's two creatures dead, then you'll just have to find a way to kill a third one, and if you're playing some type of sacrifice-based deck with Mushroom Tower even, Onde Clan Sorcerer becomes very, very easy to proc. But it is a bit conditional. I think that's why I'm not going to bump it all the way up into S tier. But I don't think that it deserves to be in B tier because this thing immediately changes the board when it goes down. Your opponent will see this and they'll know, okay, I can't start playing cards all willy-nilly because my opponent is going to be rewarded for all of the dead creatures that appear. So it forces a reaction from your opponent, which is one of my criteria that I said for A tier in the last video. And I think that the reaction is warranted. Blood magic spells are really, really good. So this thing is giving you the effect of not the Night Talon Lord, but the other one. You guys know what I'm talking about. But it's giving you the effect of the Blood Magic Lord. That's his name. It's giving you the effect of the Blood Magic Lord for a 3 cost rather than a 9, which is super, super awesome. It's just dependent on how many creatures are on the board when this thing goes down. And you, of course, can get more creatures to die based on stuff that you've put in your own deck, so it's not really that hard to proc. Onde Clan gets a thumbs up from me. It's very cool. Moving on to the Ball Isra Warrior. This thing is a 5-cost 3/6 with Rally, and it's going to go right into Y. Not really too much of an explanation here. Its stat line is it's meh, especially for a card that just has Rally, and it's a 5-cost, which I think that 5 costs are typically pretty good actually. If we look at some of our A tier and S tier cards, we've got like Leaf Lurker up here. I know I put the Gray Fox up here. Um, yeah, Cliff Racer, Brynjolf, Blighted Werebad. There's so many better things you could play. Um, if we're looking at Scout decks, for example, so many better things you could play than the Ball Istra Warrior. And if you're playing something like Redoran that's going to be relying on Rally, you can use better cards than this even in those decks. So there are options for you outside of this. I think it might fit in like a high Hrothgar type deck, but I don't really recommend using this even in that. Like play Portcullis if you're gonna do uh, like a Ring of Imaginary Might or High Hrothgar deck. Don't play this. Okay, the Bollywog Tidecrawler is up next, and this card is interesting because it's a dual card, I believe, with the chicken leg card. Bollywog Tidecrawler, though, it is a 4-cost 2/6 with guard. Um, the unfortunate thing about a lot of these high-statted creatures is especially like a purple guard like this, right? Is why not just use Hive Defender? Hive Defender is like the ultimate guard in this game, and it's going to be a reason that a lot of these cards are kicked down here. Obviously, the reason that you would run this is because you've got that other heal card with you that can come with it, but it's almost not really worth it unless you're playing some type of health regain heal type deck, which, while thematic and it can be fun, if we're rating this just purely on power, I don't really think that this card is all that impressive. There's stuff that I'd rather run other than this. Okay, after the Tide Crawlers, we're going to move right on to the Barrow Stalker, which is a 2/3 for 2, and it's going right up into S tier for me. This and the Aldvalati Assassin are both insane when comboed together. They provide a very, very powerful early game for endurance decks, or at least decks using endurance. This thing can also be used either in the early game or in the late game. I like to put them in damn near every endurance deck that I make because with another one of our S tier cards that we'll be talking about later, we can copy, we can shuffle in copies of this card, get their stat lines boosted up, and they actually provide a really, really good health gain if you're, kind of low in the late game, while also providing defense. So they cover two bases with one card, and it's just a super, super versatile card to use. It can be used early, late, mid game. Anytime it shows up, you're typically happy. Okay, the Betty Netch is kind of interesting here. It's a 5-cost 0/5. And while Betty Netch is in play, your max Magicka is increased by 2. I think this card is silly. it it probably also belongs in Y, but maybe in niche. I could see a Magicka-based deck that would want to get some value out of this. Maybe I'll have to play around with it sometime in the future because I've never really thought of a way to integrate this into an actual deck. And I think for that reason, I'm going to throw it into Y. I think Jigalag's Incursion is a far more fun way to boost Magicka up. Maybe not very good, but the fact that it's an action rather than a 5 cost card is a big thing that it's got going for it. And you're paying 5 Magicka to get this thing down. So while you're probably playing this in a Magicka boosting deck already, I just don't quite see the function of this. I guess it can combo well with a few of the cards that benefit from boosting your max Magicka. So I don't know, why not? I'll put it in niche. I need to move my headphones off of my ear because sometimes when I've got both headphones on my ears, I can't speak as clearly. I have to like take a second and slow down because they muffle my hearing a bit. Okay, so Bishop of the Hour is next. This is a 6 cost 5/5, and the summon effect is that if you have another creature in each lane, give the top creature of your deck +5/+5. Bishop is, I think, actually a pretty good card. I'm going to throw it into solid because I think you typically can get this off. It's one of these Imperial cards that's going to be reliant on you having um, a card in each lane for it to proc. There's a handful of these in the game. And most of them, they're not too bad to get off. I mean, if you've got like, just small, low cost stuff in your deck, like these guys up here, or anything like this, um, which typically you should be running in these purple based decks, regardless of if it's tribal or not, uh, then yeah, you'll have your lanes filled, and this guy will bump your next card up by a +5/+5. So you can get your weak cards like a Bandari Opportunist up to a 6/6, which is pretty insane. Depends on what card you proc it on, obviously, but this has a lot of potential to further boost some of the weaker cards in your deck and even further boost some of the more powerful cards in your deck to make them scarier threats. So while this does bump everything basically into Fell the Mighty range, we're not really worried about that if you're playing this type of deck. Okay, Black Marsh Centurion is next. It's a 4/8 for 6, and the veteran effect is that it gains guard. So we talked about veteran in the last video. It's just if you successfully complete an attack without this card dying, then the veteran effect procs. So you're getting a 4/8 for 6 with guard. And again, Hive Defender is just better. I don't know how fair it is to compare Hive Defender to cards outside of its colors, but I think this thing's very convoluted. I don't really like it all that much. I think again, there's just better stuff you can run. The 4/8, you're not really getting a whole lot out of that. The main thing that I could think is that you would use this in a High Hrothgar type deck, which actually, oops, High Hrothgar is already up here. Where would that go? Probably like, we'll put it here. That's where it goes, right? Anyway, not to spoil where High Hrothgar goes, but it wouldn't be too hard to figure out. Um, yeah, the Black Marsh Centurion, I'm just not super sold on this. Like a lot of the cards down here, there have been a lot of Ys so far in this, which is kind of surprising me because I typically like endurance um, quite a bit, but it seems like there's some highs and some lows for me in here. So this card just doesn't do it for me. I don't know how much sense that will make to some of you down below, but I think there's better options for your purple decks coming up. Okay, the Black Marsh Prodigy is a 3-cost 1/1 with the veteran effect of +4/+4. I mean, a lot of these veteran cards are so difficult because veteran is such a hard effect to get off in the first place. If you're playing this thing down on turn 3 as a 1/1, hoping to get it up to a 5/5, you've got a lot of stuff to go through. If we're looking at this critically, right, your opponent could have a Barrow Stalker to just put in front of that card. It could have a Fighters Guild Recruit. Could have, what are some other guards? Oh, Giant Bat could kill it. This could stop it immediately. Arrow in the Knee could kill it immediately, which is kind of funny. Bitterfish Witch could kill it. You're basically gambling playing this card, and I just don't think that it's really all that worth it. I know in my veteran decks that I've created myself, I don't believe I put either of these two in. Maybe I put Centurions in, but even in that, they're not very strong. The thing that makes veterans strong, in my opinion, is that one card that that gives them charge immediately when you put them down. But without that, I think on their own, these aren't super impressive. And that's all that I have to really say about that. I think that like they don't even fit into niche for me because they're like so conditional. It's not like put them in this specific deck, they'll perform well. It's like you have to put them in this specific deck and then you have to complete a specific action with this card to get it to go off. So most veteran effects don't impress me too much. I know that I put Invoker of the Hist up there, but I think it's got the stat line and the actual effect, which is way better than this down here. So anyway, that's my rationale. Okay, Blackmarsh Warden is next. It's a 4-cost 2/2, and at the end of your turn, you summon a 1/1 Argonian Recruit. If you have 7 or more Max Magicka, you summon a 3/3 Argonian Veteran instead. I think this card is pretty great, actually. It generates constant threats. It actually starts to generate cards that are more impressive than the Black Marsh Warden themselves, in stat line anyway, after 7 Magicka. And if you're playing a deck with this in purple, typically it's a good idea to at least include some cards like Tree Minder to bump your Max Magicka up a bit more. I do, well, I guess I should say I don't really use this card myself, but I see a lot of people use it, they get a lot of value with it against me whenever I play against people with it. Ice Storm is a big thing that can take this card out, but Ice Storm can take a lot of things out. Any kind of large scale removal is going to be able to get rid of a lot of this stuff, so we can't discount an entire card for that. At the very worst, when you play this thing, you're going to be getting a 3/3 split between two people, or two cards, I suppose. And at uh, higher magicka totals, you're going to be getting a 5/5 for 4 magicka because you play this thing down, it's a 2/2, and then it generates a 3/3. So you'll be getting either a 5/5 split between two creatures or a 3/3 split between two creatures. Either way, it's good, creates an immediate threat that your opponent needs to realize and get rid of, and although it is easy to take out, it's annoying for sure. Okay, Black Soul Gem here. This is an ongoing 4-cost support, and it has the effect of when a friendly creature dies, you give a random creature in your hand +1/+1. I think Black Soul Gem is is actually solid. It provides this benefit for your own creatures dying. Granted, it does have a pretty high magicka cost, uh, but I think that the reward overall is worth it. If you're getting rewarded for your own creatures dying, I would argue that's good. It's a good return on your investment for that 4 magicka, especially if you're playing some kind of hand buff type deck. This thing becomes even better. But if you've just got even out like a Varanus Courier out, something with Last Gasp, you already want it to die, combos really nicely with the Black Soul Gem. Some cards you want to stay at a low value, I suppose, so this isn't going to fit well in every deck, but it's kind of an aggro card in a lot of ways where you can lay this down, take a little bit of time off your turn, um, off your round, I suppose, and put this down on the board, and your opponent can look at it and either immediately get rid of it, so spend an Edict of Azura or a drag on it or Dishnagyal Archer, and then they can move on with their life, or they can let this thing stay in play and try to advance their own board. But if this thing does stay in play, your opponent is going to have a lot of long-term problems in their game. So it does kind of do a very similar thing to what these cards do up in A, where they create a threat. But I think that this thing is more of a passive threat because it's RNG based. You don't know what it's going to proc on, and it could get taken out fairly easily, being, well, I guess not super fairly easily, but it's not as immediately threatening as these cards up here, I'll say. But I do like the card. Okay. Blackworm Necromancer. This is an interesting card. So it's a 6-cost 4/4 with the summon effect of If you have more health than your opponent, you summon a random creature from your discard pile. I think this is solid. You don't have to be playing a necromancy skeleton type deck to gain use out of these cards that are going to pull something from your discard pile. The thing that it pulls could be extremely valuable. It could pull back a Bishop of the Hour, could pull back an Almalexia, or it could pull back, if you're crazy enough, it could pull back Mournhold Guardian or whatever this card's called. So, pick your poison when you're using this thing. I don't know if I used that analogy right, but basically put this in the right deck, I guess is what I meant. Um, don't try to put this in a deck with tokens in it, I don't think, because the last thing that you want to be pulling from your discard pile with this is a 1/1 Risen Dead. You want to be getting some value from the cards that you actually want in your deck. So that's my advice on that. I think it's good in a lot of decks, but it is a bit conditional. Okay, the Black Rose Herbalist is next. It's a 2/4 for 3, and it has the effect of at the start of your turn, you heal another random friendly creature. This thing, I think, is very similar to the Almalexia's Disciple, but I think it's actually better. So for one more Magicka, uh, actually, no. Nope. I'm putting this here, and I'm bumping you down. You're now officially in Y tier, Almalexia's Disciple, because the Black Rose Herbalist uh, its effect is constantly going to be proccing. I think that this thing giving a mass heal at once. Well, okay, hold on. I'm thinking. They serve different functions, but they have the same role. So I guess they'll both occupy niche in the same way. So let's leave the Almalexia's Disciple alone. Let's just talk about Herbalist. At the start of your turn, heal another random friendly creature. This can be good. It's never going to be healing itself, but uh, it's going to be providing constant healing for any card that's damaged. And I think that that's good. Um, it's not super powerful. It just belongs in very specific type decks, I think. There's some decks that are not going to get any value out of this, and there's some decks that may benefit quite heavily from getting their cards repaired at the beginning of your turn. So that's my uh, that's my take on the matter, I guess. It's not super great, doesn't stun me, but it's okay. It belongs in the right kind of deck. And I think that Blackwood Alchemist is a good way to follow that up. So this card, it gains +2/+0 when your max magicka increases. I think this thing's good. I like it in Arena. Um, I think it's typically more solid than something like that is. This thing does really die off. It falls off after turn 12 in most decks because you're not going to have a way to boost your max magicka after that, but it's not really there to be played after turn 12, I guess, is a good way to think about it. You want this thing down in the early game to mid game, let it ramp a bit, get that crazy stat line, and then have your opponent use some removal on this. I would say this card doesn't really take home the W in the way that a lot of the other cards do, but it's very scary to get down early, especially if you're playing stuff like Treeminder, Incursion, hell, even the Betty Netch can boost this thing up, and just having it on the board before turn 12 is going to be constantly improving its damage. So I like it. I think it's a bit more useful than something like this is, so I'm going to bump it up into solid, even though it's kind of a ramp scout type deck card. So we move on to Blades Defender next. Blades Defender is a 3/3 for 3 with the summon effect of give a creature in the other lane +0/+2. Um, it's solid. The stat line's okay. The effect is decent. You're not really going to want this in every kind of deck that you play, but it could get value wherever you put it. It's not too bad, I suppose. And I will mention, for Arena, pretty good card, pretty decent pull. Okay, Bleak Coast Troll. This was a card that actually kind of surprised me when I ranked it the first time because I thought that it was actually way better than I've ever given it credit for. It's a 5/5 for 4 with the slay effect of +1/+1. I think this card's actually probably A tier. Uh, this thing's very intimidating when it goes down. It's a 4 cost 5/5, which is like a way more a way more decent stat line than a lot of the 4-cost creatures have. In fact, I don't know if we'd actually find a 4-cost so far that has this same 5/5. We've looked at cards like Eclipse Baroness. I'm sure that she's somewhere in A tier. Yep, there she is. She's got the 5/5 and she costs 4 more than this card. So if you're just playing something for pure damage, Bleak Coast Troll is probably the move. It's also got that slay effect, so it can actually gain more damage if it kills something, and it's got the health to back it up. So Bleak Coast, very cool card. If you can get it down on curve, it's actually really, really nice to play with. Blood Magic Lord. So, Blood Magic Lord is the card that we were talking about before with the Ande Clan Sorcerer. It has Summon and Slay, put a Blood Magic spell into your hand. This guy is going to go up in probably a S tier. I think that while the Ande Clan Sorcerer is really, really good, the Blood Magic Lord is really, really, really good in the sense that it's got that slay effect, so it can be comboed pretty easily with stuff that can give it either extra rewards or that can give it a way to instantly attack, such as Squish the Wimpy, which we've talked about a ton so far. Um, Blood Magic Lord, though, it instantly rewards you, which is very nice, with a random Blood Magic spell, and then it will continue to do so uh, as you get more kills with it, or you can even generate more of these. I have my Ulfric's Uprising deck, which I believe has a Blood Magic Lord in it. I know I've tested it before, and it's very fun with cards like Uprising or A Night to Remember. Anything that can re-trigger summons is really cool with this. Doppelgangers are fun to play around with these. So while that might not be ranking the card itself, I think when this thing comes down on turn 9, it's very problematic. And your opponent is, again, going to really want to get rid of this thing because it's very, very scary. Okay, Bloodline Outcast is next, which is a card that I feel like nobody ever gives time of day to. It's a 7/7 for 7. When a creature dies, Bloodline Outcast gains Drain this turn. I think this card's actually solid. I wouldn't put it so high into great, but I think that it's very, very solid. I used to play around with this thing all the time. I had a very particular scout deck that I used to play with, and this was in it. It was just a budget deck because it was filled with crap that I just happened to own, and this was one of them. But it's fun to screw around with. It's very similar to the Ande Clan Sorcerer, where it rewards you for a creature dying, and that can be any kind of creature. So provided you have the right deck, this thing's really good. But in just any kind of deck, a 7/7 for 7 is a bit of an unheard of stat line. I am looking at you, Dova of the Voice. 7-cost creatures are kind of hit or miss, as far as I've been able to tell when ranking them. So I think that the Outcast is a perfect card to put into B tier here because it's got a conditional effect, yet a good stat line. So there we go. Okay, Bone Armor. Bone Armor is a 2-cost item with the summon effect that the wielder consumes a creature and gains its health. This card's good. I've seen a lot of decks get a lot of value with Bone Armor. It's a good card, but it's conditional still. Um, Not in the sense that it's niche where you need to put it in a specific item-based deck. You just need to kind of, well, maybe it is a little bit conditional. Because you want to have a deck that's going to be giving, I would say at least a like a +4 for Bone Armor would be a like respectable way to use this card. And you could do that with cards like the Woodland Lookout here. You could get a +5 to your cards with um, plenty of cards in this game. The Bleak Coast Troll would be a great way to use Bone Armor, I think, because you've got this 5 health creature that could be buffing up other creatures after it dies. So it's a little bit reliant on what you're playing in your deck. But I think that it's good. I like Bone Armor. I don't really play with it all that often, but it's pretty good. Bone Colossus is up next. It's a 7-cost 5/5. Summon, fill this lane with 1/1 skeletons and other friendly skeletons. Have +1/+1. This is the definition of niche. It's made for tribal skeletons. You can get value with this in in other kind of decks, but at this point, with your 7-cost slot, why not just play the Outcast here? I mean, I get that you're going to be generating tokens with this, but like one piercing javelin is all that it takes to get rid of this guy. So it's that's not really asking too much. And skeletons unfortunately are not very strong. They're fun to play with, but they're not very strong. So I think that Bone Colossus provides a lot of the power for that deck itself, but it's still a very niche card. Bone Walker is up next. We got a lot of bone cards. So Bone Walker is a 1/2 for 4 with Prophecy, Guard, and Summon +1/+1 for each enemy creature in this lane. Dude, okay. When I made my Mana Marco themed deck for that lore video that I did, the Bone Walker was it really pissed me off. These things were showing up at like the worst time. This card feels horrible when you don't draw it on Prophecy. That much I will say. Because it's entirely conditional. If your opponent just has like even a Bone Colossus here, if your opponent has a Bone Colossus down, what is your Bone Walker going to do against that? Nothing. You're going to get a 2/3 for 4, and it's going to feel awful. So I don't like this card. Uh, it can be good. It can get up to a 5/6 if you boost it up to a 4/4. But at that point, your opponent has a full lane. I think that this thing is only good on Prophecy when your opponent has a full lane, and it's just not really worth it at that point. Um, but I have personal beef with Bone Walker, so I'm a little bit biased. But I don't know. It's like a lot of these cards. It just doesn't do it for me. I don't know. Bone Weaver is next, which I think is a far more interesting card than this one. So Bone Weaver is a 5/5 for 5 with Guard. The summon effect is that you consume a creature and then you draw a creature with the same name from your discard pile. I think this thing's actually solid, as long as you're not playing it in Singleton, which is it's a pretty easy thing to not do. Most of us are not playing Singleton most of the time. This card is going to generate value from you having more than one copy of a card in your deck, and for those cards being dead at the same time. So long as somebody doesn't have a Piercing Twilight or a Memory Wraith to get rid of the card that you are looking to bring back, Bone Weaver can get some decent value. The Consume is really fun on this card. Consume is an effect, by the way, like all summon effects, that you can cancel. Or I guess I should say most summon effects, but you can cancel the summon effect. So if you don't want to consume a creature, you can just play this thing for a 5/5 for 5 with guard, which, like the tier that it's in, is pretty solid. I don't think that we've found a 5/5 for 5 guard as of yet in the video, but we've got our Bleak Coast Troll at 5/5, we've got our Bishop of the Hour at 5/5, Eclipse Baroness. I mean, 5/5 is a very fair stat line. I don't think that you'll see too many 5/5s down here in niche, other than this guy, but that's because his cost is a little bit higher. But anyway, Bone Weaver, it's got a keyword, it's got a stat line that matches the cost, and it's got a summon effect. So I can't really put it any lower than solid. Okay, here's the Brasilisk. Brasilisk is a 2/2 for 3, and when Brasilisk takes damage and survives, you summon a Brasilisk in the other lane. Having played with this myself recently, I was going to say I still have to put it into Y. Um, but no, I'm going to put it into niche. I don't know. At the end of the day, every card is probably kind of niche, but I have a soft spot. Again, this is my tier list. You know, if you got a problem with this, that's fine. But Brasilisk, having played with it recently, I thought it was really fun. Just being able to generate constant Brasilisks with the same effect is really, really cool. It's not that consistent. Oh, okay. I'll put it into Y. Fine. Fine. The voice in my head is telling me that I need to put it into Y. Yeah, it's not very consistent. It's a 2/2 for 3. Like if you're playing a 3 cost card, boom, there's a better one. Boom, there's a better one. Even down here, uh, stat line's actually kind of better. So if you're just playing this for a high statted card, it's not even high statted. What am I saying? If you're just playing this for the stat line, it's garbage, and the effect is so easy to negate. It just takes 2 damage at one time to get rid of this thing. So very, very conditional. Play something else. But if you're looking to have fun, Brasilisk is a lot of fun. I highly recommend. Okay, Brotherhood Vampire. It's a 1/2 for 2 with the summon effect of +1/+1 for each creature that died this turn. I have actually never played this card. I've always wanted to, and I never have. I think it's probably pretty good. I'm going to throw it into niche. Um, it's very reliant on what has happened on the turn that you played it, but like any kind of card that says that it's reliant on a creature having died, that's something that's in your control. You can play betray cards to sacrifice your own creatures and whatnot. So I don't think that it's out of the question to ask for a few cards to have died before you play this. Now, uh, I don't really know if it fits into Solid, as I don't have any experience with this card myself. Um, but just my gut feeling is that it's probably niche because I don't really see anybody ever play with it myself. So it can sit in niche. I don't think it's going to offend anybody too badly. Up next is the Bruma Armorer. This thing, man, I'm kind of out of breath. I've been talking too much. The Bruma Armorer, 2/2 for 3. And the effect is that when you summon another creature, you give that creature a +0/+2. This guy, I'm going to throw him up into A tier. I think he's fantastic. Whereas the Blade's Defender here does the same thing as this, just for one creature. This guy is going to be doing it for every creature. He fits supremely well into a few types of decks. So high Hrothgar decks, this guy's very effective in. Token type decks, he's very effective in because he'll be boosting these weaker creatures up. But any creature is going to benefit from a +2 to their defense. I mean, some cards are very wobbly in their stat lines, um, as you can see from like Saisahan here. It's a 6/3. Giving this guy 2 more defense is incredible. Giving Tazcad 2 more defense would be really good. Giving the Fence here 2 more defense would be good. It would provide more survivability. So I think that when you consider just what 2 defense really does, the Bruma Armorer becomes a lot more well-rounded in the types of decks that he's in. But he can fit supremely well into a few decks in particular. Okay, Caius Casades is a 4-cost 3/4. The summon effect is that you look at 2 of your opponent's cards, you guess the one in their hand. If you're right, you give all creatures in your hand +1/+1. Unfortunately for me, I've had a lot of Y cards. Caius has to go into Y. I don't get this effect. It's just really weird. I think it's fun. A lot of these cards are fun, but it's very confusing to me. Um, yes, it does instantly hand buff a lot of your cards, but you have to be right about your guess on a 50/50, which can be very difficult, especially because it's not 2 random cards, it's 2 cards that are in your opponent's deck. And to know which one is in their hand requires not only an extreme amount of game sense, but an extreme amount of luck as well. Half the time, you're just blindly guessing with this thing. So I don't really think that it's like the 3/4 for 4. If you don't get that extra effect, it's not worth playing it. And the chances of you getting that effect are literally a 50/50. So Caius Casades himself just isn't doing it for me. That's the phrase for the day. Right underneath him, though, is Caius's Machinations, which is a 2-cost action with Betray that gives the top 3 creatures of your deck +1/+1. If you're able to get the Betray off, it's a +2/+2 for all those creatures. This card is easily very solid. All that it requires is that you have a card that you can sacrifice, which I suppose could be a reason to play the Ancestral Dead here to gain access to a card to be betrayed. So maybe that's a way that this could be bumped up, but I'm still not going to do it. Still not going to do it. Not yet, anyway, unless something changes my mind later on. But yeah, Caius's Machinations, it's just asking for a creature to die, and then you gain a +2/+2 to the top 3 creatures of your deck, which is really nice. Some creatures really benefit from gaining that +2/+2, and others, it's not like it's going to be providing a negative necessarily to any of your cards, really. So I think it's got decks that it fits in better than others. You could probably get away with putting this in just about any purple deck, though, because gaining a straight buff for doing almost nothing is really good, and the cost is very low. Cave Bear. This is a 5-cost 5/6, and I actually like Cave Bear more than any of these other basic cards up here. It's it's actually I don't know, man. Like this might surprise some people. I think Cave Bear's stat line is very good. It's even better than the Bone Weaver here. Like if you're just looking for a card to beat people up at a 5 cost, you might consider Cave Bear if you're playing Endurance. However, there's probably something better than this, right? Like, yeah, Bleak Coast Troll is probably gonna fill your slot for that 5 attack beatdown card. I will say this: there's better stuff that you can play than Cave Bear, but I'm gonna put Cave Bear at the top of why, because it's not so much a question of um, why should you play this? I guess the question is why shouldn't I play it in this case? And the reason is there's other cards. But it's not like I'm looking at this thing and being like, wow, this thing sucks. Why would you ever play that? It's like, no, this one I kind of understand. The stat line with the health is really what's doing it. It's not like the Anzalil Invader here that's very lopsided. You pay 1 extra magicka, you're getting 3 extra defense for this card. So I don't know, I'm kind of a Cave Bear simp. What can I say? Okay, Chieftain's Banner. This is a 3 cost support with the ongoing effect of friendly orcs have +0/+2. This is niche, but it's a lot like Cave Bear. It's probably top of niche. If you are playing orcs already, they're a very strong deck, and this banner is a big part of why. Orcs typically have more attack than they do defense, and this card giving them that extra defense and the fact that it's not unique, the fact you can have 3 of these in one orc deck, um, is insane. Once you get even 2 of these on the board, your opponent might as well concede. If they don't have support removal, they're just done for. Unless you play very, very stupidly in your orc deck. Any of these tribal type decks that have a lot of cards that bounce off of them are going to be very, very strong. And I would hold this in a similar vein, actually. It's convenient to Brotherhood Sanctuary. This card is great in its own deck, but it suffers outside of it. So Chieftain's Banner is the same way. It's great in Tribal Orc Warrior, does nothing virtually outside of it. Cicero the Betrayer. Cicero the Betrayer is a 6 cost 1/6. That's our next card we're going to talk about. It's got lethal, and the slay effect is that you draw 2 cards, and Cicero can attack friendly creatures. He's going all the way up into A tier. I really, really, really like Cicero. I think you can play him in all different types of decks. He's got this very, very interesting effect where he can attack friendly creatures. So if you have a token-based Imperial deck, he is an Imperial himself. He can give, like at Rika, a bonus, for example. She can summon a little token. He could go over and, kill one of the tokens that's generated before. There's a lot of different ways, a lot of different fun ways to play around with Cicero here. He's really fun with Unstoppable Rage. He's super fun with the Fork of Horripilation. He's super fun with Squish. He's just one of the most fun cards in the game. And the fact that he's based off of a very unique, let's say, Skyrim character with this kind of funny art of him holding the dagger. I don't know. I just really like this card. So I think that he's probably not S tier, but maybe he is. Let me think about that. Probably not S tier, but maybe he is. Just because I have a personal bias doesn't mean that he's actually all that good. Because the main thing with this is that he can die to execute. I actually executed a Cicero today. Or no, I killed it with Luminous Shards. I always forget that's a card until I play Aldmeri. But I killed it with Luminous Shards, which it feels pretty bad, right? So I don't know. The defensive stat line is really, really good on him, but the offensive is lacking. It's the fact that he has lethal that makes him really good. I'm going to put him in S. He puts down this value on the board immediately when you play him. He's very threatening, and his cost is low enough that you can combo him with other cards to immediately get that benefit from him. So he fits well in a wide range of decks. Highly recommend playing with him. Up next after that is, of course, the City Guard. City Guard looks like a Kavach Guard to me. Is a 2/3 for 2 with Prophecy and Guard, and that's about it for him. He's not very interesting, and he's going in Y. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11 Y cards so far. You hate to see it, but I don't know. Hopefully we'll get more cards filled into the solid and niche and great and amazing tiers as we go on. I really don't have too much to say about this. The prophecy's kind of nice. The guard can be nice, but there's like, if you're running a 2 cost 2/3, like just play Barrow Stalker, you know? Like why would you use this? I don't get it. Companion Harbinger is next. It is a 3 cost 3/3, and the beast form effect is that you give friendly werewolves +1/+1. That lands you, my friend, right into niche. I don't know how much I need to explain this, but it's specifically made for beast form creatures and werewolf creatures, so it doesn't really have a spot outside of that. It's based in pretty much aggro warrior is where this would live in my brain, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just tailor made for one specific kind of deck. Okay, Corrupted Shade. This was a card that I really had trouble placing before. This is a 5/5 for 4 with Ward, and at the end of your turn, if Corrupted Shade doesn't have a ward, you sacrifice it. I think this card's really fun. I'm going to throw it up into Solid. The thing with Corrupted Shade is I played Wounded, or not Wounded Warrior, what did I play? Self-Silence Warrior recently on the channel. And I had a lot of fun with this card. It goes down as this card with Ward, as a 5/5 for 4, which we already discussed with this is very good. If it gets silenced, it removes the ward, but it keeps this effect of, or sorry, it removes the ward and it removes the effect of uh, sacrificing the card. So silencing this thing is very effective. The way that I like to play with it is you put it down, you have the ward on it. Your opponent typically will play something against this. You break the ward on your Corrupted Shade, and then you use something to silence your Corrupted Shade. Now, is that always reliable? No, that's why he's B tier and not A tier. But I think that just typically having a silence card is a lot it's a lot more consistent than like some of these niche cards. It doesn't have to be in a self-silence based deck. You can just have a Shadowfen Priest silence this thing, or you don't really even need to use the silence effect on it. You're getting a 5/5 on turn 4. You can just hit your opponent in the face with this thing and get away with it pretty freely. So I think that this is a good card. I've been sleeping on it for quite a while, and I recommend that some of you guys go and check it out. I like it quite a bit. Okay, the Covenant Mail is next, which is our first mobilize card, which means that you can play this thing to an empty lane, and then it will generate a recruit, and then the item will go on to that recruit. It's a 1/1 recruit that it generates. Uh, yeah, it's got Prophecy, Mobilize, and Guard. It's a +1/+3 item. Uh, eh, I'm not very impressed with it. I think that the Covenant Plate is much better than the Covenant Mail. It's a card that I use quite frequently, but the Covenant Mail is a very passive card to me. It's not super active. So the +1/+3 that you'll be gaining from this, uh, I mean, it can be used to some effect, I suppose, but I don't know. This is another one of those cards. I'm just not sold on it, man. I feel like this video is going to be far more controversial than the agility one. Um, maybe not, but I don't know. I feel like I've got a lot of Y cards so far, but that's just kind of how purple's been turning out. I really like purple as a color. I don't really like the Covenant Mail, and I don't know how better to express it than that. Like this card, I don't know. Do you guys understand what I'm trying to get at though with this? It's like, why have more defense on a card when I can do more offense? If I'm in an item deck, I'm already probably trying to be aggressive, so I don't think this thing has a very clear home. And if you're playing cards just to get that prophecy, like if you're playing this just for the prophecy, right? You've got the city guard right next to you, which is 2 cost lower, and it doesn't require an empty lane to be played or like a creature already on the board. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't really think this thing is all that good. And that's all that I'm going to say about it anymore because it's driving me insane trying to formulate my thoughts on the Covenant Mail. Cruel Axe is up next, which is another item with Mobilize though, and I think it's probably a better item than this. It's It's got +1/+1 for each enemy creature in this lane, and unlike the Bone Walker here, this thing actually costs 2 less, and it has Mobilize, so uh, it'll be immediately more effective, I think, actually, than the Bone Walker. If you're using Bone Walker, consider the the Cruel Axe instead, actually. All that it requires is one creature to be in the lane, and this thing will generate a 2/2 for 2 rather than this stupid 4-cost Bone Walker that could be a 2/3 for 4. So I think that, you know, subtracting the prophecy from this and just making the effect of the +1/+1 for each enemy creature is a totally fair trade-off. It'll work well in item decks most specifically, but I don't know, maybe you can get value from it elsewhere. It's again not a card that I typically play with, but I think that it's better than at least this stupid thing down here. Cursed Spectre is next. It's a 2/2 for 4 with Prophecy, Summon, Silence another creature. This thing's solid. There's not much more to it than that. Anything that can silence a creature is going to have an edge over a lot of cards that can't, and the Prophecy on this thing sometimes comes in clutch. So it doesn't have a super uh, like impressive stat line, but it does have that really, really nice effect that comes comboed with it. So I don't know. I really like it. Daedric Crescent is up next. This is a +2/+2 item for 3, and it has the Slay effect of +1/+1 that it grants to any creature that wears it. This card is actually pretty great. I've gotten my ass kicked by people putting this thing down on cards that I'm not expecting to have it, and then they just have this insane card that continues killing and ramping and making itself stronger by killing my own creatures. A fun synergy actually with Daedric Crescent is to put it onto Cicero, and then you can gain back a +1/+1 for killing your own +1/+1 tokens. So it's pretty cool. I'm trying to speed through a few of these because I have my opinions pretty much set on the next handful of cards that I can see. Daedric Dagger is coming up next. I think this card is actually also great. It's one of the 2 cards that are items that can provide lethal to the card that they're on, and I've actually gotten a lot of mileage out of my own Daedric Daggers in my own decks that I've played. Not only does this provide lethal, but it provides +1 attack and +1 defense. So it makes it so your card is just a tiny little smidge more defensive than it would be, and that has actually been crucial for a lot of cards that I've played this on. You don't realize how much one defense actually does until you start um, playing decks with creatures that need that type of boost, right? So Daedric Dagger, I think, is typically pretty solid. You can obviously get a lot of value with this because it's such a low cost item. It can combo very well with all the other cards that I've mentioned before with lethal stuff. And although it doesn't have Mobilize like the Poisoned Dagger does, and it does require a creature to be played onto, I think that this thing only being a 2 is not really going to hold it back because it's not going to be like dead weight in your hand or anything. It's a pretty reliable item, one of the most, if not the most reliable items in the game. Dark Anchor is up next. Dark Anchor is a 0/8 for 5, and it's it's kind of stupid. Your Daedra cost 1 less. When you draw a creature, transform it into a random Daedra. This thing's why. It's like ridiculous. Um, it's the same vein as Heretic Conjurer, which we'll get to when we do Willpower. But it's just this ridiculous card that's going to transform every creature into a random Daedra. And there are so many Daedra in this game. You really don't know what you're going to be getting with this thing. So I don't know. This thing dies to execute and luminous shards and arrow storm. So like, eh, it's it's just a fun card to play around with. Don't put it in any like serious competitive decks, but it can be fun. And I'm going around in circles with Dark Anchor, but yeah, I'm gonna leave it alone. Next up is the Dark Guardian. Dark Guardian is a 3 cost, 2/5 guard, and when your opponent draws a prophecy from a rune being destroyed, you draw a card yourself. This thing is S tier, one of the best guards in the game, especially when we look back down at some of the guards that we've got down here. Um, the Covenant Mail, for example, just play Dark Seducer at that point. Um, the the Bollywog is a 2/6 for 4, whereas the Dark Guardian's a 2/5 for 3. So and it provides an extra bonus effect. So I think that this thing is it's rivaling Hive Defender for the best guard in the game. It's very fairly statted, keeps a lot of things off your face, and it provides this bonus for um, essentially ignoring the rune penalty in this game. So obviously the penalty for breaking a rune in Elder Scrolls Legends is that your opponent draws a card. But while you have Dark Guardian out, you're actually going to be gaining a card yourself. So you'll be gaining as much momentum as your opponent is while also attacking them, which is very, very good. Also, another thing, if your opponent were to, let's say, draw a Piercing Javelin and then kill the Dark Guardian with the Piercing Javelin, you'll actually still get the effect from the Dark Guardian. You'll still draw a card. So it's super, super nice. Dark Seducer is next. It's a 7/7 for 8 with Drain and Guard, and Dark Seducer drains on both turns. So if a card hits this, it will give you as much health as it has power at that time. And this is also an S tier card, I think. This thing is one of the scariest cards in the game. When it goes down, uh, your opponent is either going to have to hit this thing with some type of removal or just sit there and suffer. It's very, very bulky with that 7/7 stat line. The 8 cost is very, very reasonable for all the effects that you're getting with it. And the fact that you can have 3 of them in one deck is the cherry on top. A lot of people, myself included, will only put 2 in your deck because carrying a lot of high-end cards can sometimes clog things up. But they're very easy to bring back with stuff like Solitaire or uh, we were talking about the Blackworm Necromancer, for instance, earlier. So like if that were to bring back a Dark Guardian that had died, your opponent might start to sweat a little bit. And health gain typically is a good thing, so having a card that can do a bunch of it while also doing a bunch of damage and being very defensive is just a lot of really nice effects tied under one bow. Okay, the Deadly Draugr is a 1/1 for 1 with lethal, and I know I talked about this thing in tandem with the Imbued Bosmer before. And I believe I put, yeah, Imbued Bosmer's right here in solid. I'm going to put the Deadly Draugr right up there in solid with it. I think they both do the exact same thing, just to different ends. They're in different colors, obviously. So the Imbued Bosmer, I do think genuinely is better, although they're in the same tier. But if you're playing just a deck without agility, and you need a very cheap lethal card, Deadly Draugr is going to do all the same things that Ald Velothi would, minus that rally and that extra 1 defense, which can come in handy a lot. But yeah, I mean, this thing's good at locking down a lane early. I typically don't like to play with this myself because I just put Ald Velothi in instead, but I see plenty of people, tons of people, use this thing all the time. So it's easy to get rid of, but it serves a very, very simple function. And I don't really think that there's any reasonable way that you could hate it. Okay, Deathhound is up next. It's a 6/6 for 5 with guard, and Deathhound's power is equal to its health. This thing's probably better off being muted. I'm gonna be honest. Um, I think that you would run this in self-silence, which I don't really think is a legitimate deck. I'll put it in niche because I know there's a spot for it. I forgot to put this in my self-silence warrior, and I felt like an absolute idiot. Somebody commented on the video, and I was just like, ah, shit. I knew there was something that I left out. And yeah, it was Deathhound. Deathhound would have done very well in that deck. So a 6/6 for 5 is good. Unsilenced, this thing will get weaker as things hit it, though. So its uh, ability to guard your lane is really the most effective with the first hit that it blocks. Every hit after that is going to make it weaker, provided that it is not silenced. And that is that for Deathhound. Deathless Draugr is next. It's a 1/1 for 1 with the last gasp effect of summoning a 1/1 skeleton. I'd say this card's kind of niche. As far as a card for turn 1 goes, it's not bad, but I think that turn 1 cards typically aren't super good in the first place. You're going to want to wait till turn 2 to really get your excellent stuff going, right? Um, because that's where a lot of the powerful cards come into play. But if we're talking just about a card that's like useful in, I'll put it up into solid. This thing does have a variety of uses. Uh, I think that the best use that I can see for it is that it retains some presence on the board. Uh, but really, you would want to just use this thing to be sacrificed. Use this thing with Mushroom Tower. Use this thing with uh, that one card that we'll get to that's going to generate like shades that you can sacrifice. I can't think of the name of it, man. There's so many cards on screen and so much stuff in my head all the time. I can't always recall card names, but we'll get there when we get there. And I'll try to remember to link it back to this guy. This thing is basically made to be killed, and that's okay. Get the stuff in the discard pile, get it over with, hit your opponent with this guy a few times. You know, it's fine. It doesn't really, I guess, belong in niche, but it's okay. That's all I'll say about it. It's just okay. The Determined Supplier is next. 4 cost 1/4 with Guard and Last Gasp. Gain max magicka equal to Determined Supplier's power. I'm going to throw this guy up into solid. I think he's very effective in all decks that he's in. He's most effective in item decks, but those will not always be consistent. And you can never control what your opponent is going to do. So if you have this thing down, you put a Sentinel Battle Mace on this thing, it could just immediately get silenced and then you just feel bad, or it could get bumped back into your hand. There's plenty of ways to actually get around the Determined Supplier proccing with that last gasp. However, if you are in a self-sacrifice type Betray deck, you can put an item on this thing and then immediately kill it, and it does get a lot of value. So I think that there are highs and lows with the Determined Supplier. Overall, though, it is solid, but I don't think that it has the consistency that a lot of these cards do, or at least not the like power that these cards do. I think that Swift Strike, for example, this is a card that I put into Great and I wasn't super sure about it, but the more that I've thought about it, the more I think it belongs up here because, yeah, while it's not always going to be useful, this thing is just so good at pulling out wins out of nowhere. Like your opponent is never expecting this thing to go off. So that thing's like an absolute trump card in a lot of cases. This thing, not so much. It's a little bit more defensive. You want to play this in the mid game, basically, to get some juice for the end game. But with that said, it's good. Okay, Disciple of Namira. 3/3 for 5. At the end of each turn, you draw a card for each friendly creature that died in Disciple of Namira's lane. This card is also solid. I think I'm going to rank it for the same way that I ranked the Black Soul Gem here. You're getting rewarded for your cards dying. If this thing was the way that it was in early Tessel, it would be A or S, but I think it's dropped down in value some. So this card used to immediately give you a card upon a creature dying. It no longer does that. It waits until the end of your turn, which I think is a far better way to balance this thing. The cost is a little bit high for the stat line, but you're getting a good effect from it. If you've got cards that are going to be easy to kill in a lane, then it's pretty easy for you. Uh, it has to be friendly creatures though, so you're going to want to play stuff like the the Deathless Draugr here. Um, and yeah, tokens and whatnot. Doomed Adventurer would be a good card that's actually coming up in our list to talk about. But yeah, Disciple of Namira, not bad at all. You can put it in a lot of decks and get some value with it. Okay, Doomcrag Vampire, 4/4 for 6, lethal. Other friendly creatures in this lane have lethal. Uh, this card is maybe great. Um, I'll set it in great. I think the effect is really, really nice. Lethal is one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful, offensive keywords in the game. It's probably like charge, lethal, guard, and ward are my four picks for the best keyword. It could be any of them depending on the deck, but lethal specifically is very, very intimidating to go up against because your cards are just not safe unless they're very specific cards like Hulking Scalon. Lethal is very, very scary to play against. So Doomcrag immediately granting every creature that you have this effect is one of these things that's, like I keep saying, it's scary and it's going to provoke your opponent into doing something about this. So if you're playing Doomcrag and it just gets eaten up by a lightning bolt or something, that's okay because you've made your opponent react to your card on your turn rather than them just advancing their board state. And sometimes that's what it's all about. So Doomcrag, yeah, it's a provoker type card and it fits really well into many, many types of decks. There's a lot of like lethal warrior type stuff with the poke. We played one recently on the channel. It was a Doomcrag based deck. A lot of fun. Um, Go check it out if you haven't before. Doomed Adventurer is the next card that we've got. It's a 1/1 for 1 with the last gasp of give a random creature in your hand +2/+2. I think this thing is typically solid. A lot of one-drop cards are going to be decent when they go down, I think. Like I don't know. I like a lot of the one drops that we've put up here so far because getting something down on turn one is pretty good. And especially with Doomed Adventurer, getting this thing down early and having it die early means that you're going to be able to get a buff onto one of your cards in your opening hand, which most of the time will be something that you'll be able to use later on in the match. So Doomed Adventurer, pretty solid card. It's not great, but it's a one drop. Okay, another kind of one drop is the Dragon Cult Ghost that we're going to talk about next. So the Dragon Cult Ghost is it's got the effect of spend all your available magicka to play Dragon Cult Ghost. Its power and health are equal to the magicka spent. So if you had 11 magicka, this thing would go down as an 11, 11 for 11. So it's very versatile, actually. I don't really play with this thing a whole lot, and I'm not going to put it in great. It's very situational, but I would argue that this thing's actually pretty solid because it has this versatility to it that it can be played at nearly any point in the match, depending on what your needs are. If you're good at math, you can play an outcast here, and then you can use the remaining 5 magicka to get a 5/5 for 5. Which, as I've talked about many many times, getting a creature for its cost being equal to its power and health respectively. So like 4/4 for 4, 3/3 for 3. 2/2 for 2, any of that kind of stuff is going to be good for the price that you're paying. This thing doesn't have any keywords or extra effects on it, but it's just going to be a um, very basic creature that you can put down. But I think the versatility makes it a very interesting choice to put into your decks. So I don't typically play with this card, but I enjoy seeing it, and I'll have to make a deck around it at some point. Okay, up next is the Dragonplate Armor. This thing is a 4 cost item that is a +2/+2 normally, but if you have a dragon in your discard pile, it becomes a +4/+4. I think this thing is just niche. A 4/4 for 4 item is good, but you're not always going to be able to get that. You have to be playing a dragon-based deck for this to get any value. In dragon-based decks, it is going to be pretty good, I think, but just not great. So, because in most dragon decks, like I feel like there's better cards that you can put in than this armor, but any item that can kind of surprise your opponent is going to be good. So the cost mixed with the actual defense and power that you're getting for this thing come together kind of nicely in some situations. Okay, the Dragon Tail Survivor is up next. This is a 2/3 for 2 with the summon effect of +1 attack for each enemy creature in this lane. We've seen this effect a few times, so we saw it with the Bone Walker, which I am not a fan of, and then we saw it with the Cruel Axe as well. I think this thing's also going to go up into niche. It fits very well in these kind of orc decks that want to get value from their orcs and value in attack power rather than defense here. So if you play this thing to a lane that has 4 cards in it, you're going to get a 6/3 for 2, which is going to be great, and it can kind of trade effectively with that 3 health. Um, but it's not ever going to be anything super crazy. like I mentioned before, orc decks, they're kind of like they want to be super aggressive, and if they don't kill you by like turn 10, uh, they're probably not going to kill you at all. But they're very effective at killing you before that turn 10 mark. So um, just keep that in mind whenever you see cards like this, or whenever you're trying to build an aggressive type deck. There's kind of a limit to how many turns aggressive decks can go, because you're trying to burn all these cards out of your hand and get some. Um, what's the word that I'm looking for here? I guess just value. You're trying to get value out of your orcs, which sounds stupid to say, but that's the point of any deck, right? Is to get value from your cards. So this thing just it's reliant on what your opponent is playing, so I'm going to throw it more into the niche tier. Next, we have the Dro Mothra Reaper. This thing is a 3/2 for 2, and it's got the summon effect of consume a creature. When a creature leaves your discard pile, Dromothra Reaper gains +1 defense, and you gain 1 health. I've always seen this thing as a very niche card. Uh, I don't really think I've never really used this, I'll say. But it can be effective in like a necromancer type thematic deck, I suppose. Again, I'm not really too big on those kind of decks. A lot of these things in purple, I'm realizing, are just things that I haven't really gotten much use with. But this could get use in a necromancer type deck, or it could get a lot of use from a consume type deck, because obviously creatures are going to be leaving your discard pile um, in those kind of decks all the time. So throwing this in there, I mean, it's got a decent stat line, and the effect is kind of fun. I like that it gives itself more defense rather than offense, because a lot of purple cards are really intended to be sustain cards rather than aggro. So um, I don't know, it's very interesting, and I don't really think that I could put it into solid just because of how strict of a deck type you have to be playing for this thing to work. But I don't really think it's why. There's nothing that really does this other than this. So yeah, I don't know. I like it. Um, okay, East Empire Crafter. Again, I may be biased here, but I'm going to throw this thing up into great. Actually, no, 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 no. I'm going to throw it down into solid. It's not as good as the Bruma Armorer because it's not as consistent. The thing with East Empire Crafter, it's a 2/4 for 3, and it has the effect of when you summon another creature with 5 health or more, give it +1/+1 and guard. Now, I think that this is a solid card rather than a niche card because it's a lot easier to just have a card with 5 health. That's not asking too much. You can get value from the Bone Weaver here, you could get value from the Bishop of the Hour, Blade Stalwart, uh, whatever this guy's called. The text is too tiny for me to see. The Mausoleum Delver. Looking at green cards is not a great way to get 5 power, or 5 defense, but there's a lot of cards that have 5 defense that you can get an extra little boost from this. This thing combos really well with cards like the Black Soul Gem, of course, combos really well with any type of hand buff card, and it combos really well with the Bruma Armorer. So I think together, these two are actually kind of an S tier combo, but separately, as separate entities, I think this one falls a little bit short, just because it's not universally giving this buff. The creature has to meet a certain prereq before this card can actually activate its effect. So again, really good, but you have to be building the right deck for it. But I don't think that the right deck um, is really asking too much of this thing. I think that it can fit in a lot more. Um, it has a lot more versatility than some of the cards down here do. Okay, Elixir of Vigor. Elixir of Vigor is a 2-cost support with 3 uses, only 3, and the activate is that you give a creature +1 defense. This thing is our first purple unplayable. This thing sucks. This thing's really, really bad. Um, yeah, I don't know what else to really say about this. If you want to get +1 to your defense, um, there's plenty of other ways you can do that. You could run a number of the cards up here. You could run Bruma Armorer, Daedric Crescent, Daedric Dagger. Um, you could run the East Empire Crafter. I don't think that this card is even that good in Arena. I think if you get this as an option, just don't put it in your deck. It's borderline useless. You're spending a support slot on this, which you only have 4. Supports often generate no tempo, so you're wasting 2 magicka to put this down on the board. You're barely having any presence when you actually activate it. You're only giving +1 defense to something which is just pathetic. and you're not really pushing your board state with this. So uh, just a very weak card. I think there are plenty of other things that do what Elixir of Vigor does, and it's not even close. Up next, we have Emperor Titus Mede II. So at the end of your turn, you give the top creature of your deck +1/+1 and guard. This is nice. It's a lot more universal than the East Empire Crafter, but it's a very similar effect. You're paying one more magicka for one less attack power, if we're looking just at a stat line perspective. But this thing gives an immediate value at the end of your turn to whatever card is the top card of your deck, which can be really cool. And most of the time you're going to be happy with a +1/+1 boost and guard to anything. So if you build the right deck for this, I think it's really good. Um, Titus Mede, though, he's another one of these cards, doesn't really gain a whole lot of tempo when you put him down. And he's not all that frightening. He's not to the level of like any of these up here, where when you see this card, like you immediately need to get rid of it, you know? For one, it's not hard to get rid of. It dies to a whole bunch of easy tiny removal, and it dies to lightning bolt and all the typical hard removal stuff. So he's not very difficult to get rid of, and he's not that imposing of a force. Like if if one or two cards get a +1/+1 in guard, you're gonna be fine. If you have this thing stay on the board for a while, that's when trouble starts to brew. But overall, Titus Mede is good. He's just not that scary of a figure for being a unique. Okay, Emperor's Attendant is next. This is a 1/1 for 2 with the effect of you give a creature in your hand power and health equal to Emperor Attendant's power. This guy's good. He's just niche. I think you have to be playing hand buff type stuff to really get value from this, because not only do you have to have or do you want to be playing this guy to buff onto something else? This guy, you want him to be buffed already. So it's basically requiring you to play some type of rally deck or make use of cards like Titus Mede or Black Soul Gem here, which isn't asking a whole lot. It's just, you have to play it in a specific type of deck. It is really fun to play with, though. I highly recommend this card. It's a lot of good fun. We've got the Empire, or not Attendant, Oathman. We got the Empire Oathman next. So summon, if you have a agility card in play, you give other friendly creatures +1/+0. And if you have a friendly willpower card in play, give other friendly creatures +0/+1. This guy's a 4/4 for 4 as well. He's got a decent stat line. He is just strictly required to be an Empire deck, so he is niche. I'm looking for the other one that we did here. The Oathman up here. So the Empire Oathman is good. I think he's got the fairest stat line of all of these, maybe. Although the Dominion Oathman is very good, um, very generous with its stat line. But yeah, Empire Oathman, very cool. He's going to buff all your creatures up by a +1/+1 if you meet both of the prereqs. If you meet just one of them, that can work depending on what kind of deck you're doing, but I think that he's specifically meant to be in these Empire token, big lane type decks. So he thrives in those, and that's where he's supposed to be, so he belongs in niche. Okay, Enchanted Plate. This is a 2-cost item that grants a +0/+3 to whatever card it's on, and it also has a summon effect of drawing a card when it's played. This thing is an easy A tier for me. It might even be S. I could totally see people putting this in S. The one thing that keeps it out of S from me is just that it's an item. I'm not super big on items in general. I think that they're good. I have 3 of them up in A tier that are very good in my opinion, but I think that you're not ever really going to see me put any of these into S tier. I can imagine going forward, because eh, it's just not that impressive of a card on its own, but it does give a gigantic boost to a lot of these lower health creatures. So I've seen people whip this out on me so many times when I'm not expecting it. I'm trying to get the kill on a creature, or I think that my opponent is going to have to sacrifice their creature to kill my own creature, and then boom, Enchanted Plate comes out of nowhere, completely ruins my day, and my opponent also generates some tempo with it. So it has a lot of facets to it. It's a multifaceted card, and especially if you get this thing rolling like with a Gardener of Swords, you can get immense value from it. It's basically a Tome of Alteration, but only for defense, and it's 2 magicka shorter. So that's really, really nice for it. It's got a lot going for it. Okay, next we come to the Encumbered Explorer. This thing is a 1-cost 2/3, which might be the best 1-cost creature in the game. However, it has this effect of being shackled after he attacks. Every time that this card attacks, he's shackled for 1 full turn. Here's the deal. A lot of these cards I've been like talking about. I recently did a self-silence deck, which I've talked about already, and like with the Death Hound here, I did put this up into niche, and I think that's because its actual health total is like pretty good. It has a purpose, right? And I think that this does as well, the more that I think about it. So Encumbered Explorer is there to deal a little bit of damage on turn 1 or 2 and then go away. Now, is he intended specifically for self-silence decks? Personally, I think so. And so I'm not like, I don't know. It's such a weird archetype to play, right? That's why I'm bordering on throwing him back down into why, as in, why would you play self-silence other than just having fun? And that's fine. If you just play decks to have fun, that is great. That's a lot of what I try to do, although I still get mad um, because losing to the same kind of copy paste decks all the time feels bad. But if you're playing just to have fun, this thing, well, then all of these cards don't matter, right? This ranking doesn't matter. But if you're playing to try to win, I think this has a very niche spot in self-silence warrior-based decks, and that's about all that I can think to do for it. And in that deck, it is good. I did get a lot of value out of these guys. Okay, up next, we'll go to our 2-cost action, Expunge. It heals a creature and gives it immune to shackle this turn, and you draw a card. So this actually pairs nicely um, with these shackle-based cards. There's a few more of them that we'll see coming up soon. But Expunge is I will throw it into solid. I don't know. It could be great, but it's a little bit situational. I think I'll keep it in solid. So I really like the draw aspect here. And immune to shackle is this effect that you're going to be able, you know what, screw it, I'll put it up into great. Immune to shackle is a very, very nice effect. And it's not just, oh, well, nope, never mind. I got my card confused. Um, this card is only going to give you immune to shackle for 1 turn. So it will lift shackle off of a creature if it already has it on there. But again, it's only immune to shackle for 1 turn. The card draw is nice if you're just trying to do like a defensive based, I don't know, archetype. Um, then you can use this just as like a draw card and then give your creatures some um, extra ability to remain mobile. I don't know why I'm talking like a politician, but extra ability to remain mobile. Um, Basically, just allow your creature to be able to attack without being shackled, so and fight for the board. You know, so expunge can be good in that respect, but and the heal is really nice too, right? Um, so heal, draw, immune to shackle gives 3 effects for 1 card and 2 magicka. It's very nice. I'm just gonna stop talking about it now. Okay, Faded Wraith. Faded Wraith is a 1/3 for 5. If you don't know what this card is and you're looking at that stat line, you're probably like, what the hell? Why would I pay uh, 5 cost for a 1/3? Well, the summon effect on this card is that you draw cards equal to Faded Wraith's power. So it goes really well with cards like Empire Attendant here, or Emperor's Attendant, that are trying to buff other cards in your hand. Faded Wraith is one of the definitive hand buff cards. It's really, really good, and I wouldn't play hand buff without it. I think that if you are not running this in some of your hand buff type rally decks, you really should start because the amount of cards you can draw with this thing is ridiculous. I think in one of my own videos, I drew like 12 cards with this or 10. I might be getting it confused with something else, but I think it was in the Falling Wizard deck that I made. I had Faded Wraiths in there, and I believe I got one up to a ridiculously high number. So you can just draw cards for days and days and days if you have the right deck that it's in. In a regular deck that's not going to be using that many rally creatures or hand buff mechanics, this thing's garbage. Okay, Faded Wraith is what we just talked about. We're going to move on to the Falkreath Defiler, which is a 4-cost 3/3 with the slay effect of draw a creature from your discard pile. I am going to put this guy up in great. I think he's very, very scary. I hate when he goes down on the board. He freaks me out. He's very easy to get a kill with, and um, you get to choose what creature you draw from your discard pile. It's not random, like the Blackworm Necromancer down here. It's not random. You get to kill something. As soon as you do, you choose what you bring back, and that can be massive. If your opponent has killed one of your cards, like a Dark Seducer, I keep bringing this up, but if a Dark Seducer's been killed by a Piercing Javelin, all you need to do is do a Falkreath, Daedric, and then Quicksilver Crossbow. You've immediately gotten it back, and you have a very scary card on board now. Now, there are much easier ways to draw stuff from your discard pile in this game other than Valkyrie's Defiler, but if you're looking to advance your board and get a card out of your discard pile, this is definitely the way to go. Fallen Dragon is a 5/10 for 5 that deals 5 damage to itself upon being summoned. This card's very niche, I would say. You will really get value from this out of any heal-based deck that you're playing. So Expunge can be really good here. Fallen Dragon benefits a lot from items. Um, but at the end of the day, this thing is a 5/5 for 5. And then if you heal it, it gets more value after that. So if you're using some of these combo heal cards that we've got, or any of these, like Expunge here, you'll be able to heal it back to that 5/10, which is nice because it can fight for the board while it's a 5/5, and then you can deal some damage to it, and you can get back after you've healed it an entire 5/10 stat line. And if you're playing something like High Hrothgar, I believe this works in that. So you'd throw this down, High Hrothgar would activate on it, and then you would get the 5 damage dealt to it, because I think all the other effects on the board take precedent to the Fallen Dragon's summon effect, if I'm not mistaken. So that could be a fun combo to do, to play with. Let me know if you guys have played with Fallen Dragon in that respect. Um, Otherwise, though, without the effect here, it's just a 5/5 for 5, which isn't really that great. It's okay. I could see throwing it into solid, but if Cave Bear is a Y, then I think that Fallen Dragon can't be any higher than that. Okay, the Foreign Defender is a 2-cost 1/4 with Prophecy and Guard. I'll put this thing up into solid. I really don't have a problem with this card. I think it provides uh, enough defense to make the Prophecy more valuable on it than something like the City Guard, um, or the well, now that I'm looking at Covenant Mail, I don't know if I can make this opinion as easy just by comparing it with other stuff. But Foreign Defender has a cheap cost. It synergizes well with orcs and defense related cards, and I think that it keeps stuff off your face early in the game enough to make it worth its solid position. It's also just decent in arena. I have a soft spot for the Defender. It's one of the OG cards, so I appreciate all that it's done for me over the years. Okay, up next is a Flesh Atronach. This is a 6-cost 1/1 with the summon effect of +1/+1 for each creature in your discard pile. Niche. I mean, you have to be running a very specific deck that's going to be killing a lot of its creatures for your Flesh Atronach to truly get value. Really, on turn 6, or I guess it doesn't have to be turn 6, but by turn 6, if you've gotten 5 creatures in your discard pile, this thing will be a 6/6 for 6, which is not bad, and anything after that will be exceptional. But it just requires you to have dead creatures, which means that you'll have to be putting in work to either kill your creatures or to generate creatures that you don't care about to be killed. Flesh Atronach is fun. I've got a video on the channel explaining, well, not explaining, I guess, but just playing a Flesh Atronach deck, so feel free to check that out if you would like. But it's fun. I enjoy it. Okay, what's next? The Frostbite Spider. Frostbite Spider. It's a 3/2 for 3 with Prophecy and Lethal. Again, I think this is solid. I don't really mind this card here. I think the Prophecy is really what's carrying this. If it was just a 3/2 for 3 with Lethal, we would probably have better options to put into the deck. But the prophecy really makes this thing stand out a bit more. It has definitely come out at inopportune times for me in the past and made it very annoying um, to continue to be able to fight against my opponent. So yeah, Frostbite Spider gets a decent spot for me. I could see a reason why you would run it. Okay, this card really tripped me up last time when I was making this tier list because um, all my footage got deleted before, but I've never played with this thing. This is another endurance card I've never ever played with. So it's a 10/10 for 8 with regenerate. And the effect of this is that when a creature heals, you gain that much health. I think this thing's cool. I will put it into solid. And the reason being is that nothing else does this. It's a very cool effect. It procs itself with that regenerate, right? Because it can heal. And with cards like Expunge or Healing Hands, which I'm sure we'll get to in a minute here, there's a lot of good ways to heal cards. And if you're building an entirely regenerate based heal deck, I think this would be the real linchpin in there. But even if you're not building a deck entirely around this, I think that you can get a lot of value for a 10/10 for 8. I mean, just look at Almalexia up here. This thing is a 12/12 for 10, which is a really nice stat line after you've exalted it, right? And this thing is only 2 attack and 2 defense away from that for only an 8 cost. So I think on stat line alone, I can't really justify putting this below solid. As someone who's never played with it, though, maybe it's hot trash. I don't really know. It can be taken out with Edict of Azura or a Javelin, just like anything else, like I always say. But I think it's cool. And I think with the rule of cool, Frost Giant gets a solid B spot for me. Up next is Frost Troll. This thing is a 1/6 for 4 with Regenerate, and when Frost Troll takes damage, it gains that much power. I think it's solid. It doesn't go higher than great for me, but it's got a big health pool, and it's easy to get this thing damaged and gain a lot of power for it. Especially if you're comboing this with heal type cards, it's really nice. It has regenerate itself, so it synergizes with itself very nicely, which is good. But it's nothing crazy. A lot of the great cards are going to have a lot more impact immediately than this does, and I think I don't know. I like it, but yeah, that's just the spot that it gets for me. I don't know. Let's move on to Galen. Galen is S. He's a 3/3 for 3, so already good stat line for the cost. And his summon effect is that you shuffle 3 copies of either an item or an action in your hand back into your deck, and you give them +3/+3 for their stat line. So it's crazy. It allows you to get more unique cards in your deck. Galen is insane. He allows you to get more unique cards into your deck. So if you played Galen the Shelterer on Razumdar, you would now have 3/7/6 Razumdars in your deck, which is just the craziest thing in the world. I remember when the DLC came out, I had seen people playing with this thing, and I didn't have the DLC at that point, and I was just like, I remember reading the text on this card and I was like, what the hell is that? That's so broken. And then I got the DLC myself and I have the card and you know, it is what it is. It's a crazy broken effect, but it's really really fun. And it's one of these effects that I think because all of the content in this game is free, like even the DLC, if you just get 1,000 gold coins, all you have to do is purchase the Clockwork City DLC, and then you can play through the entire storyline and you can get all these cards. So everything in the game is free. Galen the Shelterer is free, although he's from a DLC, and he's a staple in the game now. He's really really fun. I don't think I've made a purple deck without Galen in years. Uh, like since I've gotten Galen. I think that he's in every one of my purple decks. So his power is very immense. He can shuffle things in other than uniques too. Like anything can get value from a +3/+3 boost and 3 extra copies. He can't shuffle in supports or actions, but that would make him really crazy, I think, if he could do that. And we've already got a card that can shuffle in actions, and we all know who I'm talking about. So um, Galen is good though. He's S tier, and not really a whole lot more to say about that. Okay, Gloomwraith is next. Gloomwraith is a 4-cost 3/3 with Breakthrough, and the summon effect is +1/+1 for each other friendly endurance creature. You have to be running a deck with high endurance creatures in it, but Gloomwraith is fine. It's niche. Gravesinger. Gravesinger is a. Sorry, I'm just breezing past some of these cards. They're not all that interesting. Gravesinger, at the start of your turn, summon the highest cost creature from your discard pile and give it charge. At the end of the turn, put it on the bottom of your deck. This card is great. I think the only problem with this card is that it well, you know what? Let's put it up into amazing. I really like Gravesinger. The only problem with it is that people will very, very easily target this thing. If its effect is allowed to go off, though, Gravesinger is one of the most oppressive cards in the game. Um, Reason being, it's going to summon the highest cost card from your discard pile. Those cards are typically going to be very strong. Hulking Scalon, Blood Magic Lord, Dark Seducer, these are all Razumdar. These are all high cost cards that are going to be coming out, doing some damage with charge, and then going back into your deck. This creates one of the most immediate threats in the whole game. I don't really know a card that does something similar. Maybe Alduin or Parthenax are close. But honestly, this thing is very, very scary when it comes out, and you need to do something about it immediately. Most of the time, people have something to get rid of this. I don't know what the magic spell is that people are casting to summon piercing javelins into their opening hand to kill this thing every time I play it, but when it does go off, it's very, very good. So that's my only criteria. That's why I was going to put it into great, is because it dies a lot, but that's not the card's fault. That's just people playing correctly around high-end Magicka boosting. I'm going to play Gravesinger type decks. Okay. After Gravesinger, we get the Great Moot Squire, which is a 1-cost 1/2 with the veteran effect of +1/+1. Uh, hmm, I don't know. I'm still not impressed by veteran. I'm going to put it in Y. Why play a 1-cost 1/2 when you could just play a 2-cost 2/3 and wait a turn? You could just play Barrowstalker, or you could just play Ald Like if we're looking in the colors that this is in purple, there's way better stuff in purple. Purple is one of the best colors in the whole game. Um, so for this 1 cost, I just don't really see the appeal of it. I know that it becomes a 2/3 after one successful attack, but like just play something with Rally and you'll immediately get that boost onto something else. Even Doomed Adventure, I think, is a better start because you're going to be able to get that boosted +2/+2 on something else already in your hand, rather than the Veteran effect needing to be procced. You know, it's just, unfortunately, Veteran doesn't really impress me all that much. Okay, Grim Champion is next. This is a 4-cost 2/2, and when a creature in this lane dies, Grim Champion gains +1/+1. A lot of this card gains +1/+1 type stuff. I think Grim Champion is solid. He's got this ever-present effect while he's in a lane. He's a lot like the Murkwater Savage, actually. Um, Only difference is creatures have to be dying with this thing, and they can be friendly uh, or enemy cards. It's not like the Disciple of Namira here. So this guy can ramp up pretty massively, but I think his biggest weakness is silence, or just getting too big for his own power and then getting hit with the Fell the Mighty or something like that. But this card can sneak up on your opponent for sure, so feel free to give it a try. Okay, Grim Shield Brother. This is a 2/3 for 3 with the beast form effect of him gaining +1/+1 and drain. I think this guy is pretty solid. I like this guy maybe the most of all the beast form creatures. There's the one prophecy beast form that's really good, and then I like this guy. He's not like the other vampire or werewolf beast form guy down here, who is basically only supposed to be in beast form decks. The only thing that I can think of for this guy is that he needs to be in kind of an aggro deck that's going to want to be breaking runes. But with that said, in those kind of decks, he's good, and I think just in any kind of deck, you're gonna want to break probably the first rune or two uh, of your opponent's stuff, unless you're doing like a very heavy control thing, because Moose exists. So you want to be able to get your opponent down at least a little bit. Um, is typically a good rule of thumb, I would say. Maybe the first rune um, should be broken in most cases, but that's maybe just my own philosophy. But yeah, Grim Shield Brother's fun, um, and I don't think that he necessarily belongs in niche. Okay, Hackwing Feather is next. This is a 3-cost, 1/3 item with Regenerate. It grants Regenerate to whatever creature it goes on. I think that's a very solid effect. I wouldn't put it so high as in great with the other items up here, but I do quite like the Hackwing Feather. I think it's the only item that grants Regenerate as well, which is cool. Hollow Death Priest, 3/5 for 5 with the summon effect of transform the highest cost creature in your opponent's hand into a 2/2 shriveled mummy. This thing's a pretty easy S tier. It's one of the most ridiculous effects in the game. There is literally zero counterplay to this card. When it goes down, it will just eat up your highest cost card. When this thing is played on turn 5 on curve, it's typically going to get something pretty massive. Like a lot of these really good, powerful cards. I know I put some of these in S that are like, just very consistent, good cards. But a lot of the real powerhouses in decks are gonna get taken out as well by this effect. So it's always something to keep in mind that your opponent could have a Hollow Death Priest when you're playing against a purple deck, and it's something you're just gonna have to live with. It sucks when it gets your unique creatures, but such is life. Okay, 3/3 for 3, Haunting Spirit is next. This thing has the summon effect, or sorry, last gasp effect of give a random friendly creature +3/+3. So essentially what this thing does is when it dies, it transfers its stat line to a random creature on the board. I think this thing's pretty great, actually. It's got a good stat line, and again, its stat line is equal to the cost, and when it dies, it will transmit that to a different card. So not really anything to complain about here. I think it's very, very good for what it is. Uh, it's not trying to be anything insane like a lot of these cards up here, but it's the consistency of this that I like. It's a lot like Cliff Racer. It's just a good card. Giant Bat, just a good card. Haunting Spirit, just a good card. I don't think it's as good as these two because it doesn't really have keywords, but I think that it's typically very good to have on the board. Okay, Healing Hands is next, which is a 0-cost action, and you just heal a creature and then you give it +1/+1, which, hey, look at that. Elixir of Vigor. You still suck. Healing Hands is really good. I think that it's not going to get a whole lot of value in every deck, or is it? Healing a creature is one of these effects that's like so unexpected half the time. You're really not expecting your opponent to just come out with a random heal from out of nowhere. Here's what I'll say about Healing Hands. It it's kind of dead weight in your hand until you have a creature that's already been hurt. It can give that +1/+1, but most of the time you're going to be waiting until your creature is actually in need of healing before you use this, which I think is the correct way to do it. So giving a +1/+1 buff and healing, both roped together, easily move this thing into solid. It's a 0-cost card, which is great. But aside from that, I don't think it has as much like crazy value as a lot of these do. So I'm gonna keep it down here in solid. High Hrothgar is niche. You guys saw it there before. Not really too much to say about this. I mean, when you play a creature with this support out on the board, its power becomes equal to its health. you need to be playing a deck with a lot of high health creatures. Otherwise, this is actually going to be a hindrance to you. So it's very niche in that sense, and I love it. It's one of my favorite cards in the whole game. Histgrove is up next. I think I'm going to throw this into. Hmm. Histgrove is a card that's gone through a lot of changes. I'm going to put it in great. No, no, I'm going to put it into solid. Um, it's a card that's gone through a lot of changes. In its most recent form, its modern form, Histgrove is an ongoing 4-cost support with the summon effect of you gain +1 max magicka. And then at the start of your turn, if you have 15 or more max magicka, sacrifice this, as in Histgrove, to summon an 8/8 Swamp Leviathan in each lane. So you're essentially getting a 16/16 split between both lanes if you are able to get up to 15 magicka. You know, in a lot of these endurance-based decks, that's not going to be difficult to do. I will say, Histgrove gets targeted very easily by people. It's a good card to get down. You get your value out of it with boosting your magicka, and then you get your opponent to waste some form of support removal on this, and then you can come in with like your ridiculous High Hrothgar or Unrelenting Siege or something, because you know that you've eaten up uh, one of their big support removal cards. Histgrove, though, it's good when the effect actually goes off. It's frequently targeted, and I will say that the 4 magicka you have to play on this, it usually always feels bad if it's like on turn 4 you play this because your opponent is going to gain some tempo. You're obviously not gaining anything immediate from the Histgrove going down. It's stuff that's going to benefit you later on in the match, and so you just have to basically take a turn off whenever you play one of these things. So just keep that in mind. Okay, Hist Speaker is next, and while this thing is out, it's a 2/2 for 2. Your max magicka is increased by 1. It's pretty solid. You could put this in just about any deck and get some decent value out of it. Getting a +1 boost to your magicka is always going to be something that is nice, and this thing does create kind of a threat on the board. It's just that the threat is not necessarily in the stat line of this card. The threat is in the fact that you're being allowed to play stuff at a higher cost more quickly than your opponent. So your opponent is going to want to kill this, but it's not a priority most of the time. Okay, Hulking Fabricant is next. This is a 5/5 for 5 with the summon effect of if you have a neutral card in play, you gain +3/+3. I mean, what? What kind of a card is this? I don't get it. Uh, sure, neutral cards are good. Um, it's a neutral card in play though, so you're gonna want to be playing like, I don't know, Haskell. Like, I don't get this thing. The stat line is good, but like, what's the purpose? If I'm playing a neutral based deck, I'm going to be playing Halls of the Dwemer, Yagram's Workshop type stuff. I'm not playing with Hulking Fabricant. Like, what's your damage? There's stuff that does this better, I think, and it's just a waste of a card slot, really. All right, up next we've got our Hulking Mummy. This is a 6/6 for 4 with the summon effect of Shackling itself. I think this thing's actually pretty solid. You won't get to play with it for a whole turn because it's going to be shackled. But if you have the right cards to play around with this thing, it's really good. The stat line for the cost is amazing, and the fact that you just have to wait one turn doesn't really matter. This thing is still a 6/6 for 4, so you're getting it down on turn 4. Then you kind of have to wait until turn 6 to play it, but you're still essentially getting that big stat line for it. And your opponent will be scared of this. It's a bit of a loss of tempo, but not really because you're getting the body on the board, and you can equip items and whatnot onto this thing to negate this effect. I believe if you played the Throne Aligned on this thing, it wouldn't change much about it. I'll have to play around with that, but an interesting synergy there to keep in mind for the future. So even though it does have a negative effect, I think it's not nearly as bad of an effect as like getting shackled every time you attack with a card, right? Um, this thing's actually got some reason to play it, I think. So there's that. Okay, Hush is a one-cost prophecy action that just silences a creature. This thing is actually probably why. Only reason is that this card down here exists, so I don't get why you would play Hush in any real scenario. The prophecy, though, is pretty good. Um, I don't know. I guess this card's solid, just because. Hmm, yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna put it in Y. That's my gut feeling because there's a better card that outclasses this by a million ways, and I don't think the prophecy's even close because you've also got this guy that's got the prophecy and does the same thing as Hush. So I'm not super sold on Hush, but I have a feeling that a lot of these cards people are going to try to be championing or defending in the comments below. So let me know if you think I'm off base with Hush. Hulking Mummy also might be controversial, but I think that it's pretty good still. Okay, the Iliac Sorcerer is up next. It's a 1/1 for 1 with Ward, and when Iliac Sorcerer's Ward is broken, you double his power. Don't really have a problem with this card. I think it's solid the way that it is. You're getting a 1/1 for 1, so the stat line matches the cost. It's pretty good. It comes with a keyword, and it's got an extra effect when the ward is broken. So I don't really have a problem with this. I think if you are looking for a 1-drop in your purple decks, you can consider this, especially if it's a ward-based like sorcerer deck or something like that, which are always fun to play and very thematic. Iliac Sorcerer fits very well in those kind of lists, and there's just you know hand buff stuff that will get this thing even higher because you're doubling its power. So um, definitely a card to look at in the future for some players. Imbued Argonian is up next. This is a 1/3 for 1 with Guard, and when Imbued Argonian is consumed, you give the consuming creature +1/+1 and Guard. I think this thing's very solid as well. You're getting this time a 1/3 for 1 with a keyword rather than a 1/1, and the extra effect of Consume is really good. I think we put the Imbued Bosmer up here, and I think the Imbued Argonian is very similar. So if you are comboing this with Imbued or not imbued, with consume cards, then it becomes much more valuable. But as it is on its own, it's actually a pretty good card. If you're just looking for a card to kind of halt some early aggression, Imbued Argonian can get that job done for you very early into the game. Okay, Imperial Armor here. This is a 3-cost item with a +0/+6 stat line. Imperial Armor is very, very interesting. I'm tempted to put it into solid or into niche actually, uh, because how frequently are you building a deck and you're like, oh, you know what I forgot to include? Imperial armor. You're probably never ever thinking that. The thing is, we've already got up here the enchanted plate. And enchanted plate is 2 cheaper but provides half of the defense that Imperial armor does already. And it has the added effect of drawing a card. I think Imperial Armor is probably one of these cards that you're only going to be putting in a Ring of Imaginary Might type deck at this point. There are better ways to boost your creature's defense than Imperial Armor. There's many cards that will boost both attack and defense. Generally speaking, you don't just strictly want defense with your cards. Even in that deck that I made, the Impregnable Wall, I didn't even think to put Imperial Armor in that list. It could have been fun, but there were better ways to get that big health advantage for my cards that I wanted than by using this card. So I do really like Imperial Armor. I have a lot of fond memories. I think the artwork is sick on this thing because I love the way Imperials. I love the Imperial kind of Roman aesthetic. But as a card, I don't really think that there's a big market for Imperial Armor currently in the meta, I guess. Okay, Imperial Lackey is up next. This is a 2/2 for 2 with the last gasp effect of if you have another creature on each lane, summon a 1/1 recruit to each lane. I'm going to put this in niche. Its effect is basically used for these training grounds type decks that are going to get value from their recruits. And if you're not doing a deck like that, it's a little bit convoluted to get to go off. The actual requirements that you have to meet for having a creature in each lane are not too hard to meet, but the reward that you're getting with the 1/1 recruit in each lane is, well, you know what? Eh, now that I've argued my case a little bit more, I think that it does bump up into solid because it's not asking too much to have one creature in each lane, and you're getting a reward of a 2/2 creature split between both lanes with the 1/1 recruits. So you're essentially rewarding yourself with this card again, but split up in a more versatile manner. And I think that that provides a lot of branching pathways where this can be useful, I guess, because it could be used. For instance, I've been playing a lot of Empower lately. I've been getting a lot of fun out of that mechanic. And if for some reason you're doing an Empower deck with purple, uh, you could use those recruits to get a few punches off on your opponent to empower some of your actions. Now, I get that that's a really niche scenario, but what I mean to do by highlighting that example is showcase that this card can be used in multiple ways. It doesn't have to just be used in the one deck like I was thinking that it did. I think there's a handful of different ways that you could go about Imperial Lackey, and I think that just its stat and cost alone are fine as is, and with that extra added benefit of the Last Gasp, it bumps it up a little bit higher. Okay, Imprisoned Deathlord. This is a 4-cost 7/7 with the effect of when an enemy creature is summoned, you shackle the Imprisoned Deathlord. This is straight niche. Uh, this is used in self-silence decks or unshackle type things with the Dres Renegade. Other than that, I think you're better off running the Hulking Mummy because you're getting uh, a 6/6 for 4 rather than a 7/7 for 4. I mean, the trade-off is really not too bad. You can get the same thing here by just equipping a Daedric Dagger, or even, hell, you could do Healing Hands. Where did I put Healing Hands? Where did you go, Healing Hands? There it is, right here. Yeah, Healing Hands. You could just do that on your on your mummy, or Expunge. You could do that on your mummy, and you could get some value from that. Rather than the Imprisoned Deathlord, this thing's going to be shackled every time an enemy creature is summoned, which is probably going to be every turn. There's a few decks that won't have creatures at any given moment, but a lot of decks will. So if you're building around this, I think it might be better than the Hulking Mummy, but just in a vacuum, I think Hulking Mummy tends to outperform this. But they provide slightly different niches, whereas this one will always be more consistent in a anti-shackle slash niche or slash silence type deck. This one will more consistently be useful in any kind of just beat down purple deck. So that is my opinion on that. Okay, up next is the Indomitable Ordinator. This is a 5/5 for 5 guard with Exalt 1. Your opponent can't target Indomitable Ordinator with actions. This guy is pretty great, I would say. You're getting to turn him into Nahag Leave for 1 turn, and that's extremely valuable. If we look at other cards that have this effect of not being able to be targeted by actions, we have someone down here, the Daedric Titan here. He's got this effect, but it's a little bit more convoluted than this. This is a guaranteed. You pay 6 magicka flat for this card, and then you get that bonus, meaning that you can do all sorts of stuff to this card. You could give it items, you could add effects through actions onto this card, and your opponent can't do anything with their own actions for 1 turn, which is very valuable. A lot of high value effects in this game do come from actions. In fact, most of the destroy effects come from actions in this game, except for our Leaf Lurker friend up here and a few others that can just do straight damage. But this effect is very nice. When we look at red, we'll get to a handful of these effects, like the Ebon Thread Cloak, for example, will be very highly rated as well because not being able to be targeted by actions, like I just said a handful of times, is very, very valuable. So I think that this guy, also with his 5/5/5 stat line and cost and the keyword, just is a super awesome fit in many decks, and I highly recommend playing with him. Okay, Indoril Mastermind. Indoril is a 3-cost 2/1 with the summon effect of draw a card. He's fine. he doesn't really have anything wrong with him, but he doesn't shine in the way that he used to. So Indoril used to give you two cards, and then you would get to choose one of them to draw, and I think you would discard the other one or something like that. He basically used to have way more utility than he does now. But as it stands, having a 2/1 for 3 that draws a card is not bad at all. He's just very simple now, and he's not trying to do anything other than that. Okay, Innkeeper Delphine. This card is very, very weird. This is a 2/3 for 3 with the ongoing effect of after you play a dragon or shout, Innkeeper Delphine changes into Grandmaster Delphine. And Grandmaster Delphine is a 5/5 for 3 or whatever. The cost doesn't really matter because it's a transform card, but she's a 5/5 creature that cannot be harmed by dragons. And you might be thinking, with all the dragons that are very like fashionable to play nowadays, why don't more people play Innkeeper Delphine? Well, a 5/5 is not really enough to deal with the massive threat of dragons. I mean, do I have him in here yet? I don't. Spine of Elder's Blood is immediately what I thought. It's a 6/6 for 6, and Innkeeper Delphine, although she's unable to be affected by dragons, she can't kill it. So, like, you have to do a little bit extra for her, and you already have to be playing dragons or shouts yourself to even get this to go off reliably. So, I don't really know what it is with her. Delphine's already an unlikable character, and they just made her card very weird and just flat out niche. It's bordering on why, honestly. Like, why include this in your deck? Why include this in your purple dragon deck when you could just do three Spines of Elder's Blood, or swap in something like Galen the Shelterer in your 3-drop slot? So um, I think I will leave her down in Y, because I don't really see the purpose of her. It's just too convoluted to justify throwing her into a deck. And she can just be killed by, when she's in Innkeeper form, she can be killed by all sorts of easy stuff like Execute, uh, Reverb, Lightning Bolt, and then when she's Innkeeper Delphine, she can be killed by Javelins and Fell the Mighty and uh, all that fun stuff. So, yeah, I don't know. She's Y. But then we're going to move on to Iron Atronach, which is a 12/12 for 12 with Breakthrough Guard, Regen, and its effect is that when your opponent can't target Iron Atronach with actions. I think this guy is pretty great. He's going to fall in line with kind of Hulking Scalon. He's very similar to the Hulking Scalon, but in purple instead. He's got 3 keywords, can't be hit with actions, and every time that he's damaged, he's going to regen that health. I mean, that's one of the keywords, but still. There's a lot of versatility that comes with these 3 keywords. So the guard is going to block up your lane, right? The regen is going to keep him alive consistently because he can't be hit with actions. And the breakthrough is going to allow him to do a lot of damage. So he's got this massive stat line that matches his cost, and he's got fantastic effects that come along with him. So when this guy goes down, if you can get to turn 12, your opponent is going to have a problem. And that's not necessarily the case with a lot of these other cards down here in Solid. So we're going to put him into Great. I don't think that he's as uh, consistent to go into S tier because his cost is so high, but still very good card nonetheless. Okay, the Iron Scale Dragon is up next. This is a 7/7 for 7, and it has one keyword, and that is Regenerate. Um, this card is fine. It's not anything too flashy. I guess I would say, unless you're running a dragon-specific deck, I'm going to put it into niche. Like, if you're just looking for a 7/7 for 7, why not do the Outcast here instead? Drain is typically more favorable for me anyway than Regenerate. So I think that yeah, just in terms of a 7/7 for 7, you can do better than Iron Scale Dragon. But if you're doing a dragon-based thing where you're going to be comboing this with other cards like the Lookout, any of the Lookout cards, then definitely swap in the Iron Scale Dragon. But it's going to depend on what kind of deck you're playing, if you're playing a dragon-based deck specifically. Okay, Jigalag's Incursion is next. This is a 3-cost action. It's a prophecy, and it has the effect of when each player gains +2 max magicka. Um, Very, very silly card. I think that it's mutually beneficial, I will say. I'm gonna put it into solid for now while we talk about it, and I'll work through my thought process here because I don't know where to put this. It's best when played on Prophecy. I'll say that because you can pop it on your opponent's turn, and then they won't be able to get the immediate value from that max magicka that you just generated in most cases. And you on your next turn will have 2 extra magicka that you did nothing uh, really to earn. So in that instance, it's fun and it's good. In most other instances, it's just pure fun. You can heavily boost Magicka with this card, though, especially if you have some of the other combo pieces for Magicka decks out on the board at this point. You can get a lot of value out of Jiggalag's Incursion, but is that enough to propel it out of niche? I think the big thing holding this card back is that it gives your opponent that +2 Magicka, which when normally played is going to be a big tempo boost for your opponent because they'll be able to go from playing Bone Colossus to playing Blood Magic Lord, which is a big boost up, right? Or even if they have the ring from Bone Colossus to like, what's a 10 drop? Gravesinger, right? Um, they'll be able to play something like that on their next turn, and then you have to just hope that your hand and your end game is better than your opponent's, which you can, of course, you can stack a really good end game in purple, but it's still deck reliant a little bit. So I'm gonna keep it in niche. I don't think it's why, because it's not like some of these other Magicka boosting cards that are well, I guess the main point is that all Magicka boosting cards are kind of a little bit different. So they all kind of have their own spot, and I think Jiggalag's Incursions is just much more of a random RNG type. I guess not RNG, but it's a bit of a gamble. You have to make sure that you're going to be in a good spot when you play this, and that's the end of my Jiggalag's Incursion rant. Karth Spire Scout is up next. This is a 1/1 for 1 with the last gasp effect of draw a card and increase its cost by 1. Uh, is it great? Maybe. Is it solid? Definitely. So Karth Spire here, it's another one of these 1-drops. So if you're playing a deck that is very mid-rangey, you can get a lot of value out of Karth Spire Scout because you're not going to have creatures in your deck that have that high of a cost already. So if you're just pulling out like a 3-drop and it becomes a 4, or a 4-drop and it becomes a 5, that's not really too big of a deal to you. If you're pulling out though with this card, uh, on like let's say on turn 4, you pull out an Iron Atronach, and now you have to wait until you have 13 Magicka to play this thing. That's going to be pretty rough, especially for decks that can't boost their Magicka. Now they just have a card that they can't play. So that's something that you have to think about when you put this in your decks. It's good. Like a lot of the solid cards, they're all good, but they don't, I would say, work in every single type of deck. So I think that we'll just keep it in solid for now. It definitely has its spot, right? Um, and I am tempted to put it into great, but I think I'm gonna keep it down in solid for now, and we'll probably like after I finish all of these tier lists, we'll go live on Twitch one day maybe, and you guys can give me like live input on where we should change some of these things. But for now, that's where Karth Spire is going to live. And then next, after Karthspire, we have the Knight of Nisus. This is a 2/3 for 3 with Rally, and the summon effect of put a 2/2 Colovian Trooper with Guard into your hand. Okay, we're finally getting into a lot of the solid cards here. So Knight of Nisus is just pretty decent. It doesn't really do anything that like blows me out of the water. It's not super scary when it goes down, but it's reliable and it's consistent. It gives you an extra card when you put it down, and it gives you the potential for growth with that rally there. So I think that it's doing a few things right, and It's not too overpowered, it's not too underpowered. It's just a solid spot for your 3-drop rally type cards. Okay, Knight of Order is up next. This is a 4-cost 2/2 with the summon effect of silence all other creatures in this lane. This card is straight up niche. It belongs in self-silence lists. It is the self-silence card, I would say, and you will not be able to play this in some decks. This will really screw you up in some decks if you've got like let's say your Indomitable Ordinator going, or your Haunting Spirit going. Like, don't ever play this in last gasp type decks. You will just completely ruin your whole deck. But it is fun, and it's one of these cards that it goes both ways for you and your opponent, where if you've planned to have this in your deck, you can play a bunch of cards that will benefit from it, like, you know, Imprisoned Deathlord or Hulking Mummy. Hell, even Cave Bear is a decent choice here because at least the fact that it doesn't have keywords or anything is not harming it in this instance. Because when Knight of Order goes down, it won't take anything away from the Cave Bear. So it's just a card that you really have to big brain and think about before you build a deck around it. But it's fun. Like a lot of these niche cards, they're fun. Okay, Lay Down Arms is the next card we're going to talk about. This is a 4-cost action that sets a creature's power and health to 1. Um, I mean, this is pretty great, isn't it? Just thinking about it now. I don't ever put this in my decks. The effect is really good. I think the main thing holding this back is the cost. If this was a 3-cost action, it would probably be S tier, but the fact that it comes in at 4 just makes it compete with some of those other 4-drop uh, removal type spells. So things like Drive Mad and Fell the Mighty, Lightning Bolt. This is the thing that Lay Down Arms is competing with. And when you have cards like that that can typically either insta kill a creature or deal some serious damage, have a lot of variety of options like Lightning Bolt does. Lay Down Arms gets taken down a few pegs in my eyes. Now, is the effect really good? Yes, but it's also something that can be silenced. It can be taken away, that effect, and you're not always guaranteed to get a kill on a creature with 1 health. Even if you put a creature to 1 power and 1 health, your opponent can always add extra items onto that creature, or they can always, you know, do a Night to Remember and uh, get that creature onto the other side of the board and reset its stats. My point is, this is not taking a creature off of the board. It is simply lowering its stats, but you're not getting rid of the problem in all instances. And especially if you're using this on a card that has a constant effect, then you're not really solving any kind of problem. You're just leaving this thing on the board to be dealt with later. So I like the effect. When I first was thinking about it, I was like, yeah, this card should be great. But now that I've kind of worked through my process here, I think it belongs in solid. I don't think it really goes anywhere below because this is a good choice in purple decks if you're not doing any red or blue. Um, this could be a good choice, I guess, but then there's also Javelin and Edict with willpower. So uh, I don't know. You'd really have to kind of pick your battles with this card, um, and when you want to include it in your deck. But it does fill this spot that nothing else quite does. So Lay Down Arms, I think, is still going to stay solid for me. A lot of alliteration right there. And up next, we've got Lich's Ascension. Lich's Ascension is a 7-cost legendary card, boys and girls. It's an ongoing support, and the effect is that your cards cost 0. Isn't that crazy? Your cards cost nothing with this out. Well, what's the drawback? Well, the drawback is you may only play 1 card per turn. This card is so stupid. Um, I love this card. I think Lich's Ascension is hilarious. I've always wanted to do a video on it. I've just never gotten around to it, but it's really funny. I doubt most people even know what this card is because it's so stupid. The thing is, it encourages you to play this mega hyper greed type deck where you put this thing on the board, and then all of your 10 to 12 cost creatures now cost nothing, and you can play them down. and the world will just work. It just works, to quote Todd Howard, um, because now everything costs zero. So uh, I can just play whatever I want with no consequence. The problem is with this card, there's seldom going to be a creature that you can play and it will just win the game for you. There are creatures like that that exist. They are in purple, or they can be in purple, and they combo well with purple. But that doesn't mean that only playing one of them per turn is a good idea. And I think that you guys probably know what cards I'm talking about here, but they don't combo well with Lich's Ascension because a lot of things with like I'll just say with the Ayleid Guardian combo, a lot of things that make that work are cards like Dark Rebirth or cards like Reanimate or A Night to Remember, that type of stuff. So when you throw Lich's Ascension onto your board, you're nerfing yourself way more than you're buffing yourself here, and I don't think it's even close. And if this thing does happen to get removed by your opponent at any point during the match, well, that just sucks because now you have a hand full of high greed cards, and still, you probably can only play one of them per turn because they're going to be like 10 to 12 Magicka. So, Lich's Ascension, very, very stupid card, but very hilarious card nonetheless. Okay, the Lion Guard Strategist is next, and when you summon another creature in this lane, the Lion Guard Strategist gives it a ward. I believe this is a 4 cost 2/3. I don't know if I said that. I think this thing is actually very good. Um, Teetering on great. Very, very close. It's on the precipice of greatness, you know? Uh, is ward valuable enough to me that I will put it into great, though? Let's talk about what this thing is competing with here. Other 4 drops. If we look at our 4 drops, we've got this Elite here, Corrupted Shade, Frost Troll, Champion, Lay Down Arms, Titus Mead. I think this thing's better than all those, genuinely. When you put this down, it's not going to have a whole lot of power immediately, but the point of this card is not to be played on turn 4. The point of this card is to play this down on like turn 7, and then you play down your Haunting Spirit or whatever, and then you give that a ward. Uh, and you've advanced your board with 2 creatures rather than like you lay down Haunting Spirit, then Ward Crafter, right? The Lion Guard strategist essentially makes your opponent have to choose at the moment which card is more valuable to destroy. The card that's supplying the wards to other creatures, or the warded up creature that's about to hit me in the face. Because the Lion Guard strategist doesn't have a whole lot of health and damage to begin with, but if you can force your opponent to use a lightning bolt on this, I think it's basically done its job. And if you have 2 of these on the board at one time, they'll they'll really be a pain in the ass for your opponent to deal with, to put it lightly. So I really like the Lion Guard strategist. I've only started using it recently within the past year or two, but I really like it in some of my ward-based decks. So I think that it is pretty great. Okay, Little Girl is up next. Little Girl, Chris Hansen's favorite card. This is a 0/2 for 4. And the Little Girl's effect is that at the start of your turn, Little Girl changes into a 5/5 ageless vampire with Drain. Little Girl is also one of my favorite cards. I've gone on record in the past as saying this is my favorite Drain card. Oops, she's gone. I think this is really cool. It's a very fun effect. Do I put it into great though? I think I'm a little bit off base if I put that into great. Um, the main thing that's balancing this card, a 5/5 for 5 with just straight up drain is really, really nice, which is why they don't have one in the game currently, at least not at a 4 cost, right? But you have to wait a turn until the start of your next turn for this card to go off. So it's a very clever way of balancing this, mixed in with a fun character from Skyrim. But it's a clever way to balance this card because it's susceptible to death for an entire turn very, very easily. And I like kind of the gamble of this card. I like putting it in my decks and playing around with it because I think the payoff for getting Little Girl to survive is massive. And they're really fun to shuffle in with Galen into your deck as well, because then you get 3/5 Little Girls instead of 0/2. So very, very fun card. Very good option to put into your decks. I think that if you haven't tried using this thing, it's really, really nice. It can come off and pay off very well with just that 5 drain that you'll be getting every single turn. It's really, really good. But it does have that negative. Okay, the Lowland Troll. Lowland Troll is a 4/8 for 7 with Regenerate. This card kind of sucks. He's not unplayable, he just kind of sucks. Uh, Honestly, you're better off doing Iron Scale Dragon at the 7 drop. If we look at the other ones, Outcast, Iron Scale, anything, if you're just looking to fill a 7 drop slot, even in like an altar deck, you know, don't put this in. I think this thing only really works in High Hrothgar or uh, Ring of Imaginary Might decks, but there's better cards at that than the Lowland Troll if you're just looking for something with big damage. Why not even do the Fallen Dragon, right? There's just cards at this slot that far outvalue what the Lowland Troll is giving you. It's a very basic card, and I don't think that we should fault him for being basic, but that's what he is, and that this is his place down in D tier. Okay, Lucian Lachance is a 4-cost 1/5 with lethal, and his effect is that when another friendly creature slays, you give it +2/+2. I think I might put him in S tier, but he's definitely in either A or S. Lucian provides an immediate problem for your opponent to deal with. For one, he's got a very massive health pool. He's a lot like Cicero with this stat line if we're looking at the two of them. Also, he's got lethal, right? So he's threatening no matter what his damage is at, as long as his damage isn't at 0. That effect of the +2/+2 for friendly creatures slaying is really good. It's balanced very well by the fact that Lucian himself does not receive this buff, but I think that just giving every creature a flat +2/+2 for killing something is massive. And if we look at Naryu, I believe I put her, yeah, she's up here as well. She provides a really good synergy with Lucian. These two combo so well together because she gives creatures lethal and +1/+1 for slaying, and Lucian rewards any creature that slays uh, a +2/+2. So these two just have a great synergy together, and if you can ever get them on the board at the same time, I highly recommend trying to do so. On his own, though, great card, great stat line, very susceptible to curse, but that's, eh, I'm not really going to hold that against the whole card. So I think that he's very good. I know I get a little bit rambly sometimes, guys. I apologize for that, but sometimes there's just not really a whole lot more to add on to something. Okay, the Lurking Mummy here is a 5-cost 2/6 with Prophecy and Guard, and I'm going to be honest, I don't get it. The prophecy does not matter to me nearly as much as the actual stat line here. For one, I can't hit a prophecy to save my life. Literally, if I was about to die and I had like 25 prophecies in my deck, I think I wouldn't hit one of them because I'm just very unlucky when it comes to pulling those, I feel. So the mummy here has never really impressed me. Even in skeleton type decks, I'd rather play something more consistent than this. Um, Something with higher damage. I don't like these cards that have like the very low damage. Typically, I know we just talked about Lucian, but he's lethal. That's very different. Any card that's very lopsided like this, like Lowland Troll, Black Marsh Lookout. I mean, this is the same stat line here with the Bollywog, uh, Ball Isra. Like, none of these things impress me because the point of the game is to get your opponent to 0, and these things are not helping you do that. They're defensive tools, but they're very passive ones at that. I think that you can have a card that's both defensive and aggressive at the same time. I like a nice mix between both, a nice little counterbalance. And I don't think that you can just rely on playing Skeleton Champion to get this thing buffed up a little bit. It's just not really worth all that hassle. So I put him in Y. Mana Marco here is up next, and he is a 10 cost 6/6 with the summon effect of summon a creature from your opponent's discard pile. I think Mana Marco is pretty great. I don't think he flies up into amazing, but there is only one other card that does the thing that Mana Marco does, and that is the Gray Fox, which can pull a card directly out of your opponent's discard pile. I guess I lied. Mausoleum Delver also does the same thing. But aside from those three, I don't really think that anything else can, unless I'm mistaken. So the reason that the Gray Fox is much higher than Mana Marco is because it's got a lower cost by 5. Its stat line is very similar, especially when you take into account the difference in their actual Magicka costs. And although Mana Marco instantly summons something to the battlefield, I think the Gray Fox's extra effect boosts him up. But this isn't about the Gray Fox. Mana Marco down here, he's very good. He instantly summons something, but it's also a tad bit conditional. So if you're playing this thing, typically what you want to do with Mana Marco is wait until your opponent has expended something super massive, and then you kill it, and then you bring it back as your own card with Mana Marco. This is not always a reliable strategy that can be used to get something good out of the discard pile. Sometimes your opponent doesn't really have anything all that great in the graveyard, so it feels bad to play Mana Marco for that huge cost. But like I said, his effect is pretty much unprecedented, and he still does have a good stat line for the cost when you consider the effect that he's providing, because he's giving you another creature at the same time. So he's providing two bodies rather than one, which is where the 10 cost comes from. Sometimes he can get extra massive value, other times he can get less than he's worth, if that makes sense. Okay, this is the Mentor of the Watch up next. This is a 2/2 for 3 with Prophecy, Guard, and Summon. Give a creature in your hand Guard. Nothing really wrong with this card. It's just granting a keyword to a creature in your hand, which is cool. I like that you get to choose the card before you play it. It can make it a much more defensive card in that sense. Not really niche because you don't have to play it in super guard heavy decks. You could throw it in a beast form deck. I'm looking at Grim Shield Brother here. You could throw it in beast form and just give this thing guard and add some extra value onto that. So it's just a way to get a little bit of extra oomph out of your cards, I guess, and the stat line is not far off from the cost, especially when you consider the Prophecy, the Guard, and the Summon effect all wrapped into one. Midnight Burial up next. This is a one-cost action that was added uh, late into the game's life cycle, and by that I mean it was one of the last cards ever released. And the effect is that you betray, or you can betray with it, and you choose a creature in your deck. You create a copy of that creature in your discard pile, and you give it +1/+1. I think this card is an easy S tier. You're only really blocked uh, by 4 cards, I guess, in particular here, and it's cards that we've already discussed for the most part. This card gets mega blocked by the Gray Fox, by Mana Marco, by Mausoleum Delver, and by Piercing Twilight, which we haven't gotten to yet. Other than that, there's not many good counters to this card. Midnight Burial, though, the way that people typically use it is they'll play it in their dragon decks. They will uh, put a copy of their Kalgron Teed, their Parthenax, or their Alduin in their discard pile. Then on turn 9, they will reanimate that card from the discard pile, which is crazy because they're getting, uh, like with Alduin, he's a 20 cost creature. In that sense, you're getting 11 Magicka taken off of the total cost because you're playing a 9 Magicka card with Reanimate, and you're getting a 20 cost creature with Alduin. Even with Parthenax, though, you're getting a 3 Magicka discount. With Kalgron Teed, you're getting a 2 Magicka discount, I think, because he's an 11 cost. Um, Odoving, you could put him in there, but his effect is not really as powerful as the other ones. So that's the typical way that this is used. Even when it's not used to that effect, it's still really good. You're basically able to copy any unique creature that you want because you get to choose what creature in your deck you want to copy. Um, you get to copy a unique creature for free, and you get to get Betray with that. Um, which, when we're looking at Galen, is like when we're looking at Galen, it's different because you can't directly tutor stuff out of your actual deck, save cards like Crucible Blacksmith and like Laneth. And those are very specific cards. Crucible Blacksmith can only pull out items, and Laneth can pull out anything, but she's a turn 9 card. And at that, she doesn't instantly summon anything like Reanimate does, right? Because I think the way that Reanimate was balanced is that the idea was the card that you played will have already been a card that was on the board and dead. Um, but then Midnight Burial comes in and screws up the whole equation. So Midnight Burial is somewhat of an unethical card in my view, but it's a card that is in the game and we have to treat it as such. So I think it gets the S tier spot just for the fact that it's very cheap. It could be played twice with Betray, and it provides this insane value of being able to copy uh, any creature in your deck still. So unless you drew a really bad opening hand where you got your Parthenax, Kalgrantied, and Midnight Burial, you shouldn't really have anything to worry about with this card. And somehow, every time I play against these people, they have a Reanimate on turn 9, or like a Call Dragon or something. So I'm not going to harp on too much about it anymore because you guys have all heard me ramble about this stuff. If you're a longtime viewer of the channel, you've heard me ramble about this for about a year now, so I won't go on too much more about it. Okay, Midnight Sweep is up next, and I believe I mentioned some card earlier when I was talking about this. I think it was a Rise, right? We were talking about a Rise with the Prophecy. Midnight Sweep is a 4-cost action. It's a Prophecy, and the effect is that you summon a 2/2 Colovian Trooper with Guard in each lane. I think this card's fine. I don't really have a whole lot more to say about it. You're getting a 4-cost creature split between 2 lanes with a 2/2 strat line, with a 2/2 stat line. So I don't really have a problem with this. I think it's pretty fairly balanced, and it can be kind of hard to deal with at some points. It's one of these cards that will completely block your face, provided that your opponent doesn't have a way to get around them. But with 2 guards, most of the time they'll be able to get the job done, at least to save you from damage for 1 turn or from a few creatures, even though their stat line is low. Okay, this card is very odd, the Miskarkand Lich. The Miskarkand Lich is a 4-cost 3/5, and it has the summon effect of choose an enemy creature. At the start of your turn, if the chosen creature is alive, you summon a 1/1 Risen Dead with Guard in its place. I think this card is solid. It fits fairly well in skeleton type decks. The main reason that it gets its solid from me is that it's constantly generating a threat. And even though the threat is small with the Risen Dead, it's constantly generating this thing. It's not so much a threat to your opponent's health, but it's a threat to their ability to damage you. So it's consistent regeneration of this effect. Even when the creature that the Miskarkand Lich has chosen is dead, you will still get value out of this card for it being a 3/5. I've long said, I may have even said in this video, it's been a long video, that 3/5 is the best stat line that you can have because that attack power and that defense can't be killed by any of the regular removals. So, at least the regular removals that people run, I've been playing, like I said, with Empower a lot lately. So, Luminous Shards has popped back into my mind. So, I guess this could be killed by Luminous Shards, but how often are you really going to see that card? Um, Miskarkan Lich, though, it's fine. It doesn't really uh, belong in great. It doesn't really belong in niche though, because I think you can play this in just about any deck and get some sort of value with it, but it's not the best, right? Okay, the Mistveil Warden is up next. This is a 2/4 for 3 with Treasure Hunt Guard, and you give the guard +1/+2. I think this thing's also fairly solid. If you're playing a defense heavy deck, this is really good. If you're just playing it to fill kind of a 3-drop spot for the 2/4, it's fine, I think, because of that extra effect. Um, when we're looking at like the dead guy here, His Slay effect is, I don't know, he's kind of inconsistent sometimes, and I think that every deck should have guards in it, and I think the reward of a +1, +2 to the stat line of that guard is pretty incredible. So defense heavy decks, I guess I'll move this down into niche. Defense heavy decks are really the only place that you would play this, but I think that they're very strong in those kind of decks. Okay, a creature I'm actually excited to talk about again. The Moon-Touched Guardian is a 4-cost 3/3 with the Wax feature of give a creature in your hand +2/+2, and the Wane feature of gaining guard and ward. This thing's great. I love the Moon-Touched Guardian. I think this is one of my favorite guards in purple, even though it's not always a guard. It does two really awesome effects. It can either give your actual cards in your hand that +2/+2 buff, or the guard and ward bonus. If you have a Moongate to combo with this, it becomes amazing. But if you don't, it's still really, really solid. It's great. That's why I made the A tier. It's not just solid, it's great. Both of those effects are fantastic. I think it's probably the best Wax Wayne card in the game, and I don't really know how close it is. I throw this thing into a lot of purple decks that I make. Guard and Ward are notoriously one of the best keyword combos that you can have. Um, and outside of that, the hand buff that you can do is not just exclusively good in hand buff decks. Any card could benefit from getting a +2/+2 to their stat line. So always keep these in mind, always keep them on your radar, and I don't know, fight me about it in the comments, I guess. Okay, Mountain Tyrant is up next. This is a 6-cost 6/6 guard, and I think this thing's just fine. I don't think I've ever made a deck where I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot to put Mountain Tyrant in there. Most of the time, I just kind of forget about this thing. I don't really know why that is. I think it's just that 6-cost cards are kind of few and far between, and I don't really like to have that many of them in my decks as is. So when looking at a 6-drop slot, my first thought is usually like Apex Wolf. That's a card that stands out to me a lot. It's got a lot of effects going on. I was also just looking at the Invoker of the Hist. I think that's a very interesting 6-drop card. Doomcrag, 6-drop purple card you could play. That's probably better than Mountain Tyrant. Um, oh, Quinral Burglar, amazing 6-drop. Cicero, just a lot of better things that shine out above the Mountain Tyrant for me. And I think even in defense heavy decks, I'd rather start out with lower attack power creatures in those type decks and then boost them up through other effects, even like the Moon Touched Guardian here. If I had a Hive Defender in my hand and I just played a Moon Touched Guardian here, then I would get that Hive Defender up to a 5/8 rather than its 3/6 stat line, and that's already much better than the Mountain Tyrant, in my opinion. The 5/8 rather than the 6/6, especially for that extra 2 Magicka that you're playing, that you're playing to play this. Okay, Mournhold Pilgrim is up next. This is a 4-cost 4/4 with Regenerate, and if you exalt this card for 3 Magicka, you gain +2/+2. Um, I'm not really super impressed with this card. I think it's kind of falling into that Y category. There's not really, so far as my um, knowledge of this game goes, there's not really like a regenerate based deck because I think there's only 9 or so regenerate cards in the game. Frost Giant, I suppose, could potentially do that for you, and I've got already thinking about that an idea cooking in my brain, but it's not really that feasible of a deck type to play. Not that Self Silence is, I guess, but even at like this is a 7-drop card you're going to be playing if you exalt it for 3, and you'll be getting a 6/6 with Regenerate. At this point, just play the Iron Scale Dragon. Like, just play the 7/7 for 7 with regen instead of the 6/6 for 7 with regen. The only thing that this is really giving you potentially is synergy with your Exalt cards if you're doing an Almalexia run. or some tribunal type deck. But other than thematic type stuff, I don't really think that this has a place in most deck creation. Up next, however, we're going to talk about Mummify, which is a 3-cost action that also has Prophecy, and the effect of this is that you transform a creature into a 2/2 Shriveled Mummy. This thing might be S tier. It does something very similar to the Hollow Death Priest in the sense that they both are turning something into a shriveled mummy, but whereas the Hollow Death Priest is doing it before your opponent can even react to it, the Mummify here is doing it after your opponent has played the creature that they want already on the board. Mummify is very good, though, is my point. It does the same thing basically as this Hollow Death Priest, and the fact that it has Prophecy on it is super, super cool too. Very annoying card, but oh well. Okay, Mushroom Tower is up next. This is a 9-cost card. It's a support, and the ongoing effect is that your actions have Betray. I think this thing is also probably S tier. Um, Giving all of your actions Betray is pretty insane. That's every action that you've got in your deck. It's not just purple actions. It's not just actions under a certain amount of magicka. It is everything. So, uh, if you can imagine some of the cards up here giving, I guess Shadow Shift wouldn't really be too bad, but like Spoils of War with Betray, that would be a 4-card draw for the cost of 5. Ultimate Heist with Betray would be 2 Broken Runes for the cost of 12, or even 0 in some cases if you've just drained and pilfered a bunch. Um, yeah, Fresh Start with Betray would be 6 cards for the cost of 6. So it it essentially doubles the value of any action that you have in your deck, which is crazy, and it creates this immediate threat that your opponent has to get rid of. They have to use an Edict or a Dishnikel Archer or a Dreg or something to get rid of this as fast as they can. Otherwise, they are going to have super massive problems in the future. Mute is up next. Mute is a 1-cost action that mutes 2 creatures, silences. This card is so prevalent in my brain, it takes up so much of my cerebral cortex that I have replaced the word silenced in my head with mute. I will say cards are getting muted when they are actually having the silence effect on them. This card is crazy because it's only 1 cost. I think that's my biggest gripe with this card. If it was a 4-cost card or a 3-cost card or even a 2-cost card to justify the fact that there are 2 creatures being silenced, I might be okay with it. But the fact that it can do 2 cards, completely strip them of any of their effects for the cost of 1 magicka, does not sit well with me. I think it's very, very powerful, and I think that those of you that put this in all of your purple decks should have, uh, I don't know, you guys should like stub your toe against your table or something like that. You should have a very minimal consequence that's inconvenient to you for a short amount of time. But mute is still really good. I can't really blame you for playing it because it's in the game, and what am I going to do about it? I'm just some schmuck with a YouTube channel. So um, I do think that this card should be looked at. It's a bit unprecedented to have this double effect thing happen for the price of 1 card, especially an effect that's so good. But I digress. Mute will sit up here in S tier, and I won't think about it. It's okay. Nahag is a 7/7 for 7 with guard, and he cannot be targeted with actions, period. Nahag is pretty great. He's got this insane effect. We already talked about the Indomitable Ordinator. Nahag is like the Indomitable Ordinator's cool older brother or dad, basically. He's the originator of this effect that you can't be targeted with actions, and he's been in the game for like forever. We love him. Now, there are ways to get around Nahag. You can kill him with summon effects, or you could silence him with summon effects, because silence is a very cool feature in the game. But for the most part, he can't be touched by a lot of your normal type removal stuff. Now, not be targeted with actions does not mean that you cannot be affected by actions. So he can die to the red year, or he can die to a certain amount of ice storms, for example. He can take damage from some area of effect actions, basically, but that Still doesn't take away from the fact that he's very, very hard to touch. Okay, Necromancer's Amulet. This is a 3-cost support, and it's ongoing, with the effect of when a friendly creature dies, you gain 1 health. I think this card is solid. It's solid in the sense that Black Soul Gem is solid. They're both providing you with an effect for your creatures dying, which you probably shouldn't be rewarded for, but the game is going to let you get some kind of value out of that, which is very nice of the game. You should all take a second to thank the game for allowing you to get some actual value for your dead creatures. Now, one of these on their own, it's not the most powerful thing, but when you get 2 or 3 of these on the board, they're really, really good. And in the right deck, this thing might be S tier or A tier. But I think as a baseline, it's just solid. Getting rewarded for creatures dying, like I said, is a very, very cool effect. Okay, Nibonese Mercenary is a 3/3 for 3 with the summon effect of consume a creature to gain +0/+2. I don't really think that the consume feature is adding a whole lot to this card. It is making it a 3/5, don't get me wrong. Um, well, hmm, no, let me think. Uh, no, this card is solid. The consume effect does add something to it, actually. You get a very beefy card um, that can't be interacted with very well. So I do like the potential for this, actually. The more that I think about it, the more I'm like, wow, why have I not used this more? Um, yeah, it's a cool effect and it can combo well with other consume cards. So if you're using like the imbued Argonian, or if you're using the imbued Bosmer, or any of the other imbued type cards, feel free to give this a shot. I think that I'm going to have to try it out pretty soon in some of my decks. Asking just for 1 card to be consumed is not asking much at all, by the way. Okay, the Night Predator is up next. This is a 6-cost 5/6 with Breakthrough and Regenerate. And I'm immediately looking at Cave Bear here, and I guess this is a good answer for me for why Cave Bear belongs in Y, is because of Night Predator. Now you're paying 1 more cost, but you're also getting Breakthrough and Regenerate for this thing. I don't think, however, that this card is all that good. Um, as I put it in solid, right, after I roast it. I don't think it's all that good, but I don't think that it's confined to one particular deck. Now, if you're just looking for like a beatdown card with high attack and high defense, um, I guess you could do Mountain Tyrant in this instance, but they're providing different kind of benefits for playing their cost. So whereas this one's more defensive and tanky, this one's also tanky, but it's got that breakthrough and that regenerate, which gives it a little bit more attack power and a little bit more sustain at the same time. So Night Predator is not like my go-to pick, but if I had to build a deck all around Night Predator or something like that, I think I could do it because it's not bad. Okay, then we have the Night Shadow. This is a 6/5, and this might be my bias showing through. This is a 6/5 um, vampire for 6 with breakthrough and drain. And I think that the breakthrough and drain with the flipped stat line, in my opinion, bumps Night Shadow up to A tier. I think this thing combos much nicer than the Night Predator. This thing can get a lot of value from cards like Squish the Wimpy, which we should be getting to soon. But I can get a ton of value from that. Unstoppable Rage is a great way to combo this. And I think it just comes in at this nice slot in this 6-drop area where like you're looking for something big to impress your opponent with. And I think that just Drain is so good that it outclasses the Mountain Tyrant and the Night Predator if we're just looking at these 6 drops. Um, I know we've been talking about the 6 drops a lot, but if we're just looking at these 6 drops specifically, out of those 3, out of that group, I would much prefer to have the Night Predator. Or, sorry, the Night Shadow. um, I think it's pretty great. Okay, NTL, Night Talon Lord. This dude is a 8/8 for 9 with Drain and the Slay effect of summoning the creature that you just killed. This guy's S tier. He's really, really ridiculous. Um, you can get away with so much with just setting this guy on the board. He's one of the scariest creatures, if not the scariest endurance creature in the game just on his own. Um, I think we've got a lot of really high end scary stuff in endurance, and most of them have drain or some way to gain health. So, Blood Magic Lord, Dark Seducer, Gravesinger, NTL, uh, Iron Atronach, Manamarco, Nahag Leave, Night Shadow. All of these guys have an immense presence, and I don't think anyone else has more of a presence than NTL. This guy does combo super nicely again with Squish the Wimpy. So if you play him on turn 12, you can actually do this thing where you put him down and then you just instantly kill something with him and you summon it to your side. It's like a poor man's Mirac, more or less. And if you get this thing going with a magic or ramp deck with like Unstoppable Rage, you will have some of the most fun that you have ever had in your whole life. I guarantee it. So, yeah, I don't know. Can't really get much better than S tier, and that's definitely where he belongs. Okay, up next is the North Point Captain. This dude is a 4/2 for 4 with the summon effect of summon a 0/4 North Point Herald with Guard. I think he's good. He's not confined to one type of deck. Not the strongest creature in the world. I would really like to have this guy in my arena decks, I guess. That's one thing that I've been forgetting to mention. Any of these cards in Solid will probably be pretty good in arena. Even a lot of the niche and some of the Ys you could get away with in arena much better than you could in constructed. So North Point Herald, or sorry, North Point Captain is one of these cards that I really wouldn't mind seeing in many types of decks. I just don't think that he fills a particular um, role any better than any of these other 4 drops, I guess. If you're looking to be more defensive, you could choose North Point Captain, and you'd probably get some value with him because you're getting this creature. Uh, you're kind of getting like a 4/7 with this, right? Or a 4/6 because the North Point Herald is a 0/4 and the North Point Captain is a 4/2. So if you combine those stat lines, you're getting 2 creatures that combined have a 4/6 stat line, and that's pretty good. It's a lot of BS that you're making your opponent deal with by taking out a 0/4 before they can hit your North Point Captain. Okay, Odiniran Necromancer. 3/3 for 6. Summon a creature from your discard pile with less power than Odiniran Necromancer. This is a creature you get to choose, it's not random. Necromancer is a very easy S tier. You can pull back all sorts of really crazy stuff. Just because the Odiniran Necromancer only has 3 power, it's a Manamarco situation. It doesn't mean that that's the value that you're getting. The Odiniran Necromancer is not really a 3/3 for 6. He's a 3/3 plus whatever you brought back from the discard pile for 6. So to give you an example, Aldvalathi, Venom Tongue, Barrow Stalker, Cicero, Dark Seducer, uh, Lucian. All of those cards that I have in S tier here, Bandari, Fighters Guild, Viper. Viper's a really popular one with Necromancer. Ungolem, any of this stuff can all be brought back with the Necromancer. And if you're playing like Necromancer and then you pull back a Cicero, boom, you just got 12 Magicka for the cost of 6. You just got a 12 Magicka deal for the cost of 6, which is incredible. So the fact that it can pull stuff from the discard pile, anything that it chooses below its power is really, really nice. Just having 3 power alone is enough to pull back tons of stuff from the discard pile that's helpful. But if you start buffing this thing up, let's look back at our Moongate Warden, I think is the name of this card, but it's too blurry for me to see now. If you just get one of these on the Necromancer here, you've now got a 5/5 Necromancer that can pull back way more advanced stuff than the previous one can, and you can get into these really complex Necromancer loops where you're using this thing to bring back other Odinira Necromancers, and it's just a whole shit show. It's really fun to do with, really fun to mess around with, but it's definitely one of the more annoying, obnoxious kind of combos in the game. Okay, Oldgate Warden. This is a 2-cost 0/5 with Regenerate and Guard. This is a... Oh boy, well, just as I said that, I've got my thoughts planned out. I don't think it does a whole lot on its own, right? It's not like It's not going to scare your opponent when you put it down, but goddamn is this thing annoying. So we talked about the North Point Captain, how it summons this 0/4. Oldgate Warden also has Regenerate, and it's a 0/5. So if you get this thing down early and your opponent doesn't have something lethal to take it out immediately, it's going to be a pain in the ass to get rid of, especially if they start stacking items on this thing or start stacking actions or High Hrothgar, Ring of Imaginary Might. All types of annoying, obnoxious shit can be done with the Old Gate Warden, and I love it for it. I think it's a great card. It's very fun. Very versatile card. Okay. Outland Patrol. This is a 3 cost 3/4 with the last gasp effect of give a random creature in your hand +1/+1. This is also very solid. I think that this is a super good choice to throw into your 3-drop slots in damn near any deck. Works very well in hand buff type decks, but it is not confined to those kind of decks, and I think that it's very strong in its stat line at its cost. Plea to Kinnereth is up next. Plea to Kinnereth is a 3 cost action that heals all friendly creatures in a lane, then gives them all +1/+1. This is basically healing hands times 4. I think it's solid. So healing hands, it's a 0 cost that heals a creature and gives that one creature +1/+1. And then if you just add that effect and add that effect and add that effect, um, you're paying for 4 healing hands for the cost of 3 for your whole lane, which is very, very nice. And this is another one of those cards. I don't think anyone would ever do this, but you could combo this pretty funnily with Mushroom Tower, and you could actually heal your entire board if you just sacrificed one of the creatures you don't really care about, which is a very cool combo that I just thought about right now. But yeah, so Healing Hands, Plead of Kinnereth, they kind of go hand in hand, and they're both good. I think that they're, healing creatures, like I said before, it's an effect that your opponent is just not going to expect at all, and the fact that you can buff your creatures up a little bit as well is very nice. Poisoned Dagger. This has Mobilize and Lethal. It's a 2 cost item that gives a +1 stat line, and I think it's pretty great. It falls in line with the Daedric Dagger. This is one of these very sneaky kind of cards that, if played correctly, your opponent will have no idea what happened to them, and they'll be very, very confused when they die to, like, uh, I don't know, an Oldgate Warden with a Poisoned Dagger. If you want to be a real piece of shit, you can throw that on him and kill your opponents with that. So fun combo card. The fact that it has Mobilize does give it a little bit more of utility than the Daedric Dagger sometimes. However, the Daedric Dagger also gives that +1 to defense, which I think is very, very valuable. Okay, Preserver of the Root. This is a 4/4 for 4 that gains +2/+2 and guard while you have 7 or more max magicka. This is a really good card, I think. I'm tempted to put it up into great. I put this in a lot of my Magicka heavy decks, or decks that are going to be ramping. Ramp Scout is really what I was trying to say there. I think that this card's very good. At first, you're paying for a 4/4 for 4, which is very, very nice. And then as the game goes on, you're paying for a 6/6 for 4 after 7 Magicka. And 7 Magicka doesn't necessarily mean turn 7. It could mean something way before that if you've used cards uh, like Jigalax Incursion, for example, or if you've used cards like the Betty Natch down here in Niche. Any of those could be good ways to bump your Magicka up in the early game. Hist Grove is another example, and Hist Speaker can do the same thing. So this card is not very hard to get up to a very high stat line, and I think it is competitive with a lot of the better guards in the game in that sense. It is susceptible to lethal. It is susceptible to silence, but most cards in the game are, so we're just kind of going to have to deal with that. But I do genuinely think if you haven't played with this thing, give it a go. It's pretty fun. Okay, Prophet of Bones. This is a 1 cost 2/1 with the most ridiculous outlandish exalt in the game, which is that you fill this lane with 1/1 Risen Dead and guards. You have to exalt 5 Magicka to do this. I think this thing's very, very why. Uh, I mean, why would you want this? Why would you do this? It's fun. Like a lot of these cards, it's fun. I just think it's kind of stupid. Um, it's paying 5 Magicka to get 3 creatures at most that are 1/1 Risen Dead. While it can be a nice defensive tool, you're paying 6 Magicka for that. and the total combined cost of all the creatures, like Prophet of Bones to an empty lane, you exalt 5. You just paid 6 magicka for this 2/1 Prophet, and then 3 1/1 Risen Dead. If you're doing your math correctly, you will understand that that equals a 5/4 stat line for 6, which is stupid. If you're playing like Skeleton Champion on top of that, sure, you can get a buff for all those Risen Dead. There's ways to increase their strength if you've got stuff like Divine Fervor out on the board already. But as its own dry card, nothing else on board in a vacuum, Prophet of Bones kind of sucks. So I don't really know why you would play it other than Tribal Skeletons. And even in Tribal Skeletons, which I don't think is very good, you could just play a Rise or uh, the Ancestral Dead here instead, which I think would be, honestly, would be way better. I mean, this card would actually fit its niche much better than this. So maybe after all this time, we'll bump the Ancestral Dead back up, but I don't really feel like it just yet. Maybe if I'm feeling generous at the end here. Okay, the Pureblood Elder is coming up next. This is an 8/8 for 7 that will double the amount of magicka that you gain while she's out. And while you have 18 or more max magicka, she'll gain +8/+8 and breakthrough, which is crazy. She's one of these cards that I think will just fall. No, I'm going to put her in S tier. It wouldn't feel right to not put her in S tier. The thing is with this card, it again generates this big threat. You're actually getting more stat line than Magicka in this instance too. You're paying 7 and you're getting an 8/8, which is really, really good. If we're looking at Dark Seducer, it's flipped the other way around, right? You're paying 8 and you're getting 7/7. Now, you don't get any keywords with this card necessarily, but you do always get a guaranteed buff so long as you're playing this before turn 7. Because you're naturally going to gain 1 Magicka every turn, and that 1 Magicka will turn into 2 Magicka. It's crazy, right? How doubling numbers works. But then if you get cards on the board like Treeminder and Hist Speaker, Hist Grove, all that kind of stuff, this can get to be a very, very crazy effect. Jiggalag's Incursion, for example, will gain you 4 Magicka in one turn with this out. And the threshold is only 18 Magicka for this, so if you just have this out for a few turns, even 2, you can fairly typically get it to pop off if you built the right kind of deck around it. And it's very, very scary when that effect does go off. Okay, up next is the Quara Clan Bloodkin, which is simply a 2-cost 1/5 with Drain, and I think it's fine. Um, I'll actually say it's kind of more a niche card. I think it combos better with High Hrothgar than anything else. Because this is such a cheap card, you can basically get it down with High Hrothgar on turn whatever, and it becomes an ageless vampire without all the convoluted steps in the little girl, which aren't actually all that convoluted. You just have to wait a little bit. So Korra Clan, I think it fits this nice little niche where it's got a spot in these High Hrothgar big defense type drain decks, but it's not really anything all that impressive when you put it into just a normal list. Now it is annoying to deal with in the sense that Old Gate is annoying, but like Old Gate has regen and this doesn't, and it's also got guard, so you have to attack it, and this doesn't. So I think it's just bumped down ever so slightly in my brain to the point where it has to be niche and not solid. Okay, reanimate here is a 9-cost action that will instantly summon a creature from the discard pile. This thing's S tier. A lot of S tier purple cards, actually, more so than the green cards for me. Reanimate, like I explained with Midnight Burial, kind of goes hand in hand with that card. It can be used to pull stuff out of the discard pile that does not equal its Magicka. I think if Reanimate had 12 Magicka, it might not feel so bad, but the fact that it's stuck at 9 here and the game is not being developed anymore, so we can't really change this, does really, really suck to see because it just is able to get so much early value from these cards that haven't even technically been played yet. So I think that it's kind of a scummy card, but a lot of the scummy cards are going to be really good cards at the end of the day. So this is where Reanimate falls in my eyes. Okay, the next guy up is the Redoran Oathman. He is a 4-cost 3/3 naturally, but if you proc his summon effect, he becomes higher. So if you have a willpower card in play, you double Redoran Oathman's health, and if you have a strength card in play, you double Redoran Oathman's power. This guy fits in with the other Oathmen up here. He's good, but he only can really be played in Redoran decks. He's basically relying on the fact that you have rallied him, and he wants to get to a big, high, silly number when you put him down. So he wants to be played with strength and willpower cards for certain. Okay, up next is the Restless Templar. This is a 4-cost creature with a 5/2 stat line, and the last gasp effect is that you gain 5 health. I think this card's actually very strong. I'm going to put it up into great. This card does a lot when you put it down. It has a very high uh, amount of damage that it's capable of dealing, and when you kill it, it gains that much damage as health. So it's almost as if you've drained with this card when you put it down. If your opponent has silenced this card, that's fine because you now still have a 5/2 body on the board that's going to beat the hell out of your opponent. And if your opponent silences and then kills this, well, that's great because now it's used 2 forms of removal to get rid of 1 card. So you can't really go wrong with this thing. I think the 5 attack power, Bleak Coast Troll, I was saying I wasn't sure if there were any creatures with that much attack power at 4. There definitely are. Restless Templar is one of them, and it's a very incredible kind of card to put down at almost any point in the match, I would say. Okay, the Restoration Tutor. Restoration, by the way, is a perfectly valid school of magic. Comment below if you agree. So, Restoration Tutor is a 3/4 for 4 with the summon effect of heal a creature. Kind of very similar to these other heal cards that we've talked about. So we talked about Disciple, we talked about this the Black Rose dude, and now we've got her. So they all kind of do different things. Disciple heals all creatures in a lane. This one heals a random creature at the start of its turn, and then this one is just a flat heal. Um, I think this one actually might be the weakest of all of them. I feel like one of them has to go into D tier. And maybe that's just my sense of justice tuning in here. But honestly, I feel like one of them has to go into D tier. Um, the thing is, if you're just looking to heal a creature, you might as well go with the disciple that can heal the whole lane, right? That is what the disciple does. I'm not crazy, right? Let me double check it. Yeah, it heals all friendly creatures, not even in a lane. It just heals all of your friendly creatures. So that effect on its own is actually pretty good. Uh, now that I'm thinking about the other heal cards that we've got, Disciple, congratulations, you're getting bumped up into B tier after like 3 hours of a video. But Restoration Tutor, you're paying for Magicka for this 3/4. Well, okay. I'm all goofed up. Disciple, I will keep up in solid just because of its utility, even though it's a 4 Magicka card with that Exalt, which I don't necessarily like, but I get the effect of it. This, though, you're only healing 1 creature, which is still good, but it's kind of a niche scenario that you have to be in to where you want to play this card. It's reliant on one of your cards being damaged. So, in that sense, it's niche, if that makes sense. Ring of Imaginary Might is up next. This is a 4-cost item with the +0/+2 stat line, and the summon effect of this item is that the creature's damage becomes equal to its health. Um, is it wrong to put this above niche? This is like a combo card. This is a card that you build around entirely. I think that Ring of Imaginary Might has to be niche, although it can be a fantastic card. Um, one word for you when it comes to Ring of Imaginary Might, and that is Portcullis. Portcullis is a crazy card that can be comboed very, very effectively with this. It gains a little bit of health, whatever card you put this on, gains a little bit of health when you put this ring on them, and then it, you know, adds that 2 health to the attack power of whatever card you put this on. Quara Clan Bloodkin works very well with Ring of Imaginary Might. Um, I mean, these three right here are like a trifecta to go together. And same thing with Imperial Armor. These four are all kind of part of the same deck. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just the fact that they kind of land themselves in niche because of it. You have to be running these four together to get a whole lot of value out of any of them, I would say. So, um, I like them all. I like Ring of Imaginary Might quite a bit. I think it can be quite a powerful card when built around correctly, but you still do have to build around it. Rising of Bones. This is that card I was talking about earlier. Rising of Bones is a 4-cost action with Betray, and you summon a 3/3 Risen, Dead, or Horror, or whatever it's called, with Guard in each lane. I think this card is very solid. I wouldn't put it so high in great, but I think that it's a pretty damn good card in its own right. It'll give you essentially Midnight Sweep, so long as you have a creature already on the board. Um, it does require you to sacrifice one of your creatures, but it gives you a better version of Midnight Sweep. And it's actually a version of Midnight Sweep where you can choose what guard goes where. So you could put two of the Risen Horrors in one lane if you really wanted to and just double stack up those guards, get a 6/6 power in one lane, or you could split that up between the two lanes. So it's really your choice with this thing. I love cards that give me some choice. And yeah, Rising of Bones is a good option. It's missing Prophecy though, so they do fill kind of different roles, but either one of them can be used to high effect. Okay, up next we have the Ruin Shambler. Ruin Shambler, summon, discard the top 3 cards of your deck, then consume all creatures that entered your discard pile this turn. Ruin Shambler gains +1/+1 for each creature consumed. This is a ridiculous card. It can oh boy. It's kind of unplayable, right? It's going to be taking 3 of your cards every turn that it's out. If I were playing against somebody uh, that was using this, I might just keep it out for a little bit and let it eat a bunch of my opponent's cards and see how long it takes before my opponent quits the match. Because if your Ruin Shambler is stealing stuff uh, like your Ring of Imaginary Might. Not that you'd play those in the same deck, but just as an example, if it pulled any of your actions or items from your deck, you would probably be pretty pissed. And you're probably going to want actions and items in a deck that's running this just to be able to like use Solitaire maybe to pull some stuff back. If you're brazen enough to run a 50 some creature deck though with only Ruin Shambler, that's your prerogative. That's fine. I don't really care. But yeah, Ruin Shambler is just very interesting. It's super hard to build around, and I think that the stat gain that you're going to get for it, even if this thing did throw away 3 creatures, you'd be left with a 4/4 for 4 with potential for growth, but it's just not really worth the risk in my opinion in most cases. Seeker of the Black Arts is next. This is a 2-cost 2/3 with the Pilfer of discard the top 3 cards of your deck. I think this thing is like if I put Ruin Shambler in unplayable, um, I don't know what I can do with this guy. I think he's niche. He fills this very specific niche of just existing to dig through your deck at the beginning of the game. Um, and this might confuse some of you that I just put Shambler so low, but this one's so much higher in comparison. But I think that there is some value in just digging through some of the top cards of your deck. Now, does this feel bad when one of your actions gets sent to discard hell? Absolutely. Or supports or items? Absolutely. But it's got a bit more utility and less randomness than this. The Ruin Shambler's always procking. This is only on hit. It's on Pilfer. So you can choose when you want this effect to go off a little bit better, and I think that because of that, it serves a different kind of role. Okay, this is the Servant of Jacques up next. This is a 3-cost 2/2 Khajiit creature with the Wax of +2/+2 and the Wane of Silence a creature. I think this thing's pretty good. It'll either be coming out as a 3-cost 4/4 or a 3-cost that can silence a creature, which already is better than our Cursed Specters stat line up here for what it's doing. So maybe consider running this instead of the Spectre in some of your lists if you're just looking for a card to silence. But then again, this card won't always be silencing. You'll have to wait every other turn for that effect. So again, the cards serve different functions, but I think that the Servant of Jakaje is decent in its own right. It's just not going to fly higher than niche. Okay, look at this guy. Boop. No, I'll actually talk about him. So Shadowfen Priest is a 4/4 for 5 with the summon effect of uh, you can either silence another creature or you can destroy an enemy support. The option alone on this card um, should be enough to sell it on the fact that it's amazing, the summon effect alone. But then you realize that it comes with this very fair stat line as well. 5 cost 4/4 is going to be coming down at this point in the match where you're going to be wanting creatures that can fight for the board and do something at the same time. 5 cost is a very critical point in the match, I would say, in most cases. Turn 5 or 6, 4, that's like where a lot of the match is being set up in that kind of stage. So if you can get a Shadowfen Priest to come down, it can do one of two things, and both of which are amazing, and both of which are going to reset your opponent's board a little bit. So if they put down a Lucian Lechance turn 4, oh, you just Shadowfen Priest it, and now it's a 1/5 that's not really all that useful. Or if they put down like a Histgrove on turn 4, oh, you just pop Shadowfen Priest down, pop the Histgrove, you don't have to worry about it for the rest of the match. It is super, super consistent and super nice, and one of the best cards in the whole game. Siege Catapult is up next. Siege Catapult is a 2-cost 4/4 with the effect of Siege Catapult can't attack unless your side of its lane is full. This is a very niche card. It needs to be played in either decks that are going to have a high amount of creatures on the board. Typically token type decks is where this is meant to be played, or it can be played very effectively with ya boy over here, the Knight of Order, which will silence this effect, causing your Siege Catapult to be a 4/4 that can freely move, which is nice. Okay, Skeletal Dragon is up next. This is an 8-cost 5/5 with Guard and the summon effect of give all creatures in your discard pile +2/+2. The last gasp is that you draw another random creature from your discard pile. I wouldn't say this thing is S tier, although I could see a reason for people thinking that, but I do think it's A tier. I think if this card's last gasp allowed you to pull the card that you wanted from the discard pile, it would be an easy S tier. The fact that it's random means that it could pull anything from. Let's look down here at our niche cards. It could pull anything from the Siege Catapult to Razumdar. So while any of those things getting a +2/+2 is going to be nice, it's not going to be always the most consistent card when you're getting something back from the discard pile. Also, small note, Banish works really well on this thing, and so does the Memory Wraith. Is a very effective nerf for these graveyard type cards. But yeah, Skeletal Dragon's really good. It also counts as a dragon itself, not just a skeleton, so it procs with a lot of the dragon-based lookout type cards as well. Skeleton Champion is a 4/4 for 4 that I've name dropped a handful of times in this video because purple is kind of the skeleton tribal location. This has guard, and the summon effect is that you give friendly skeletons +1/+1. It's niche. It needs to be played in skeleton type decks. That's about all. It's good in those decks, but you know, it's it's skeleton champion. It's whatever. It doesn't buff itself, which is something interesting to note. Skinned Hound is up next. This is a 2-cost 1/2 with the summon effect of give a creature +0/+2 and guard. So you're getting a health boost and a keyword from this thing. It's not anything amazing, but Skinned Hound is very good. I think it was probably better when it had first come out, but as time's gone on, I think Skinned Hound has still been fine. History has not worn him down, I guess. I don't really run him in a whole lot of lists, but I know that a handful of people still do, and he gets decent value. So, yeah, solid card right there. Okay, this card's going to be difficult for me to place. So Sky Shard is a 3-cost support, it's ongoing, and the summon effect is that you draw a random creature from your deck. And then when you draw a creature on your turn, you increase its cost by 2 and you give it +2/+2. I personally don't like Sky Shard. I've gotten my shit rocked by Sky Shard before, and I have also seen people play this and then they can't play a single card for the rest of the game. So I think this is a pure build around card. Sky Shard based decks are probably fun. I don't know. I don't play them. They seem a little bit too risky for me, even though I like Jiggalag's Incursion, but we won't talk about that. But no, Sky Shard, I've just never really been one to think that this is like a super fun way to play. It does buff everything that you draw on your turn, but it makes it harder to play stuff. So it's like Lich's Ascension Light almost, because it'll buff everything in your hand, but it'll also boost that magicka, making it harder to play more than one card per turn as you start to get to your high end, if that makes sense. I'm not super sold on this card being like all that fair, because if you just build like a mid-range type deck, Sky Shard can be very effective. I feel like Sky Shard would be pretty insane in an orc list, especially with the Chieftain's banner, but I digress. Okay, smoked Ballywog leg. This is what I was talking about with this Ballywog here. So this card goes and combos well with this one. As a package, I think these two are fine on its own. Yeah, I think this is probably why. I mean, why would you use that instead of using Healing Hands? Doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. But when it comes packaged together with another card, these two might just bump up into niche. But I'm going to judge them on their own because I thought that like Feldu and the Elytra were on different levels in my brain. Okay, Solitaire. Solitaire is a 3-cost action. It's a shout. That means that as it levels up, or as you play it, the next one you play will be even more powerful. So level 1 is that you draw a creature from your discard pile. Level 2 is you draw a creature from your discard pile and give it +2/+2. And level 3 is that you give the creature +5/+5. I think this thing's great. I think this thing's S tier. Yeah, being able to pull a creature back from the discard pile while buffing it is insane. And the fact that there are cards like really just Parthenax, the fact that Parthenax can generate this is pretty ridiculous because you can use it to summon him back from the discard pile, and then he can come back and he can summon more Soul Tears. It's an infinite cycle that just sucks to play against, really. But even when you're not using it for just purely Parthenax loops, um, it's a very powerful, very consistent card that is played. You can use it to get back any of your uniques. You could use it to get back Galen. You could use it to get back Bandari, Ungolem, Barrowstalker. And as this thing levels up, you'll start to get, more buffs for your creatures. So what was a 2/3 Barrowstalker will become a 7/8 Barrowstalker, which is very fun to play with, but a little bit BM as you start copying some of these things in with like Thorana and whatnot. It can be a little bit obnoxious to deal with, but I do still think that Solitaire is a pretty amazing card. It does what Falkreath Defiler wants to do, but just very, very, very much easier than the Falkreath Defiler. Okay, Spine of Elder's Blood. This is a 6/6 for 6, and it just boosts your max magicka by 1, but I think that it's really good. Whereas Mountain Tyrant just is like a 6/6 guard that just, it's kind of like a wet fart when you play it. It's a little bit of a, it's kind of boring, I guess. Spine of Elder's Blood at least is bumping your max magicka up while also providing a big body on the board. So even if it gets removed after it's been played, at least it did something when you played it? And that's really all that I have to say about that. The Spiny Hodge Moda. This is a 4/4 for 4, and the summon effect of this is actually really interesting. I've always wanted to build a deck around one of these things. The Spiny Hodge Moda's summon effect is it gains +4/+4 for each one of its kind in your discard pile. And I think this is very niche. It's a build around card. You'd have to build an entire deck around this card to really get a whole ton of value out of it. But I think there's a world where you could play this thing and, use doppelgangers and Galen and Soul Tears and stuff to get multiple of these out of your discard pile and then back in and have them continue buffing themselves and whatnot. So that's really my ideal world. That's where I want to go when I die, is just a world where Spiny Hodgemodas are are all over the place and they're all buffed up to like plus 300, plus 300. Um, but you know what? I'm just being stupid right now. I think that it's a fun card. It's just it's not always super reliable. Okay, Squish. Squish is an easy S tier. Squish the Wimpy allows, it's a 2-cost action, and a friendly creature battles an enemy creature when you play this. Can you tell that I've been recording for a while and I'm getting kind of tired? Squish the Wimpy, though, super, super good card. It allows any of your Slay effects to be activated instantly. So I know we've talked about a lot of them, but, you know, Cicero here, the Night Talon Lord, Blood Magic Lord, Lucian doesn't really have a slay effect, but the same can be said for any of the lethal cards. Um, you can just use this squish to. Hmm, I had an epiphany here when I saw this. I might bump it down into great. I think I will do that. No, I'll keep it an S. I'm just teasing you guys, you know. Just teasing a few of you. Yeah, no, the Squish the Wimpy though can be used with any lethal card for functional removal, and it can be used with any breakthrough card for extra damage and reach on your opponent, which is super super cool to do. If you have like who's a good breakthrough card to talk about? If you have Night Talon, or not Night Talon Lord, Night Shadow with the 6/5 stat line, you could use him to attack, deal 6 damage, and then you could do Squish the Wimpy on an Ungolem, for example, and deal an extra 5 damage in breakthrough, making your total damage for that turn 11, even though you only paid 8 Magicka. So that's pretty damn cool. Squish the Wimpy has a lot of versatility, and yeah, just love the card. It's very, very consistent. Okay, who is this Joker up next? I've got to pull the list up on my phone. This is the Stalking Shadow Scale. Stalking Shadow Scale is a 3-cost, 3/4 with a Slay effect of +1/+1. So I think this thing probably falls into solid. I don't really have a problem with it. The the outlook here, I think, is a better 3/4 for 3 if you're just looking for something to fill that slot, because this is going to buff something in your hand immediately, whereas this thing isn't always guaranteed to get a kill, so it might just die uh, before it can actually get that slay off, which is a little bit annoying to see. But if you're playing this in something, some kind of like thematic Dark Brotherhood type deck, this slay could be very nice to proc off. Stalwart Ally is next, and this guy is the definition of niche. He's a 3/3 for 3, and his effect is that he gains +2 and guard if the top card of your deck is purple. He's niche. He needs to be played in a very purple, endurance heavy deck, which is fine, but it's just not like, I don't know, it's not the most amazing thing in the world, his effect. It's, it's a lot like, where'd he go? This guy, except with him, when you're gaining that extra health, sure, you're not gaining guard, but all you're having to do is just consume a creature, and that's it's not really as up to chance as the Stalwart Ally is. So yeah, that's all I've really got to say. Stampeding Mammoth is a 4/6 for 5 with breakthrough, and Stampeding Mammoth has +2 attack, +0 defense for each other friendly creature with breakthrough. This guy's also niche. You're going to want to play this guy in a breakthrough heavy deck. That's what he's intended for. But even at that, at this 5-cost uh, threshold, like, I don't know how many other creatures you're going to have with breakthrough that are going to be like uh, all that worse than this. Like there's probably something better that you can fill your slot with, this 5 slot. Even still, a 4/6 for 5 is a very unique stat line, and I don't really hate this card at all. I think that it's kind of interesting. I wish that there were more cards in this vein. I think that this card is very interesting, and I wish that there were more cards kind of in a similar vein to this in this game, honestly, that like kind of reward you for the keyword, I guess. Up next is the Steel-Eyed Visionary. This is a 3-cost 2/4 with the veteran effect of set each friendly creature's power equal to its health. This is just complicated high Hrothgar. um, I'm tempted to leave it in Y. I think it is niche. It kind of needs to be played with all of these cards. The problem with this is that it's very telegraphed. Unless you have that guy out that can instantly give your veteran creatures charge, this is very, very telegraphed. When you put this down, your opponent is going to know what your next move is. You want to get this thing to survive so that way you buff up all of your creatures that don't really have all that much attack power, that are loaded in defense, right? Um, I think that you could just do the same thing with Ring of Imaginary Might. Easier, or High Hrothgar a lot easier. It'd be instant, and you wouldn't have to wait around and just watch your opponent execute or lightning bolt this thing. So I'll leave it in niche, but it might be Y or unplayable. Okay, Steelheart Vanquisher is up next. This is a 2/2 for 2 with the Slay effect of give friendly orcs +1/+1. He's niche because he's entirely reliant on being played with other orcs, but that does not mean that he's bad. He's in fact pretty good. Stonehill Mammoth, 5/7 for 6. Summon, draw a card if you have 2 other endurance creatures. This is a endurance-based endurance-based card. I couldn't think of the word card for a second. I haven't even had anything to drink. Endurance-based card, though. You're going to want to play this in endurance-heavy decks. Perhaps in mono endurance is where this would shine brightest. And it's not really, um, I don't know. It's not really anything that you would put in like a normal deck just because the draw is so up to chance and the cost is so high. What is this guy called? This is the Stone-Tooth Scrapper. He's a 4/5 for 4. I find this card incredibly boring. I think that the art on it is super boring. I think that's my problem with Mountain Tyrant too. It's just boring. Orc guy with no shirt. I get Mountain Tyrant and Stone-Tooth Scrapper confused all the time. Yeah, boring card. 4/5 for 4. You're better off just playing the Bleak Coast Troll. Unless you're doing a very specific kind of orc thing where you want to play this guy to get some value from this guy, that could work. I suppose that could work. Uh, that could weasel him up into niche, but I still don't think that he's incredibly interesting at all. Super bland card, in my opinion. But I get where his place might be. Okay, Stormhold Henchman is up next. This is a 2/2 for 2 and +2/+2 while you have 7 or more max magicka. I think this guy is just solid, whereas I put this guy up into, where'd he go? The Preserver of the Root. I put this guy up into Great. I think his reward, him being at a 4 cost with a 4/4 stat line already and being buffed up to a 6/6 with that guard, is really nice. This guy's just very consistent, but I don't think he has the same power level as a 6/6 for 4 guard. 4/4 for 2, still very nice, but you're having to wait until turn 7, and by turn 7, you might as well just be playing the Preserver of the Root at that point, but I wouldn't be mad at anybody for including this in their deck still. Okay, Strategic Deployment is up next. This is a 4-cost action that summons 2 1/1 recruits in each lane. I am not upset with this card at all. I just think it's entirely based on token recruit type decks, and in most other circumstances, I would rather play Rising of Bones. Supply Runner up next. This is a 3-cost 3/1 with the summon effect of if you have another creature in each lane, you gain +1 max magicka. I think this is just a solid card. You gain +1 max magicka for a very simple thing of just having a creature in each lane. Aside from the supply runner, it's fine. Boosting magicka is a very powerful effect, and it's a effect that really only agility and purple share, so we will probably be done with this effect after this. I can't think of any other. Oh no, I can, but uh, not multi-classed, but multi-attributed cards. Some of them can boost magicka as well. But outside of those, it's very difficult to get this effect, so any card that has it is probably going to be somewhere higher. And yeah, Supply Runner, it's a little bit convoluted to get to, but even the 3-1 for 3 is not bad, especially with the effect that it is possible to provide. Suppress. Suppress is a zero cost action that can just silence a creature. It's very similar to Hush, um, where I don't quite know why you would run it in a world where Mute exists. However, I think that being able to pay 0 for a silence effect is better than being able to pay 1, but then Hush has the prophecy effect on it. But then also Suppress works in market type decks, I guess. So you know what? I'll put them both into niche. They fulfill their own niche, but they're nowhere near the powerhouse that is Mute in my eyes. Silence itself is such a powerful effect that after further review, I don't think that it's really right to put those into Y. Okay, Swamp Leviathan. This is a 7 cost 8/8, and it's very bland as well. But these things are really nice. I'll put this in Y. These things are really nice when you get them off of a Hist Grove, but on their own, I don't really get why you would play this. At the 7 cost level, especially, you have Pure Blood Elder. Just play that instead. Um, Play Dark Seducer. Play anything other than Swamp Leviathan. It's very bland and boring. You typically want something that has a keyword on it at the very least, or some kind of effect. And if you're just playing Swamp Leviathan to have a big creature, you should just play something else with a little bit more utility. Okay, Tavar the Knight. This is a 5 cost 3/5 unique legendary with guard, and it has the effect of your opponent can't target other friendly creatures with actions. This guy with an Ebon Thread Cloak is damn near unstoppable. It's really cool. I think this is a great card. I wouldn't put him in S tier because he himself is fairly easy to get rid of, but notice how this card is supposed to be very tanky, and he has that 3/5 stat line. So he's hard to get rid of when you first put him down, and he gives immunity to the other cards on your field or on your field lane or in your shadow lane um, because they can't be affected with actions. So he turns everyone into Nahag Leave except for himself, which is very gracious of him. He doesn't just hoard all that power, even though he clearly could. And yeah, it just seems like a good guy. Um, Really makes you wonder where that other Rayvat guy is, though. Okay, the Gatekeeper. Gatekeep, Girl Boss, Gaslight. This guy's a 5 cost 6/6 with guard, and he has the effect of only one creature in this lane can attack each turn. He's pretty good. I think that he's a very fun control card. I wouldn't put him into great or into S tier, but I don't really think that he's niche. I like him in a lot of these control type decks. I like to just throw my one Gatekeeper around, and um, he can kind of confuse your opponent sometimes. I think he's really fun to mess around with. So um, it could be my own personal bias showing through, but I do really enjoy putting him in decks. He can hinder you a little bit, but if you're playing around him correctly, uh, your opponent can't really do much. And there's also the super hilarious thing you can do where you get two gatekeepers in one lane, and there's just like your opponent can't kill one of them because they'll have to hit them with one card, and then like that card will die and it won't be able to attack. And even if they do kill one of them, they've got the other one to deal with. So it can be really fun to have a bunch of gaslighting, gatekeeping girl bosses guarding up your lane. Up next, we have the Thornwell Terror. This guy's a 1/3 for 1 with the Beast Form effect of +1/+1. So you're turning your 1 cost 1/3 into a 2 cost, or a 1 cost 2/4, which is like okay at the very best. But at that point, it's going to be like turn 4 before you've broken a rune if the only things that you have are this guy out on the board and some other shitty creature. So uh, he's kind of niche. You'd need to be playing an aggro type deck that's even going to want this guy in it, and probably something that has the Harbinger in it that's going to buff up those creatures anyway. So not very impressed by him, but oh well. The three feather war chief. This guy is a 3-cost 1/3 with the summon effect of set a creature's health to 1. I think this guy is solid. He's very versatile. He's got a decent stat line, especially when you consider the cost. He can finish off whatever creature he puts the stat line down to. And putting a creature's health at 1 is just a really nice effect because you could hit them with either like Rapid Shot or any of the like Skaven Pyromancer, any of the cards that are going to do big AoE damage to a lane can easily finish off whatever this thing damages. And it's like lay down arms if you're just trying to kill the creature. So it's nice. Tree Minder. This is a 1/1 for 1, or sorry, 1/1 for 3 with guard. And the summon effect is that you gain +1 max magicka. I would call Treeminder great, but not good. I think the best part about this guy is the fact that he's a guard. He's got some damage that he does. He's got the most minimal amount of health that a card could have. But he serves all those functions fine, and he gains +1 magicka for you. So if it wasn't for that +1 magicka, his stat line would be horrible. And if his stat line was any better, that effect would need to be way later in the game. Like Spine of Elder's Blood and Treeminder are both very well balanced magicka gaining cards, I think. Because this guy comes in so early, it's going to be a big boost to your later cards that come in. He's going to boost your magicka at turn 3 at the most, at the earliest, I guess, or turn 2 if you've got the ring. Um, and then you'll be set for the rest of your match because of this guy. So Treeminder has really this reputation of being a very good card to have in your opening hand because you can start steamrolling your bigger cards out faster, and that's mostly where his utility comes in. Okay, up next, Trespasser's Bane. This is a 2-cost action with the summon of, or not summon effect, with the effect of setting a creature's power to 1. Power to 1 is not as good as health to 1, I would say. I'd rather just probably kill the creature. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to say why. I think this has a spot. You can combo it with Execute fairly well. Um, so that's a combo to keep in mind. It's probably pretty good in Arena, although I'm pretty bad at Arena, so don't take my word. But typically, I'd probably rather just run something that can kill rather than something that can weaken. However, there is not really a 2-drop card that can kill. So if you're just looking for some 2-drop card to debuff your opponent in some way, Trespasser's Bane could be a decent way to do it. Okay, Umaril the Unfeathered is a 6-cost 6/3 with guard, and when Umaril the Unfeathered leaves play, you summon him in the other lane silenced. So that can mean when he dies, you summon him in the other lane, and he silences himself, so he loses this effect. I think it's fun. He's a solid card. I wouldn't put him any higher than that. At a 6-cost, he's got a pretty weak health pool. Um, but I don't know, he can do some damage, stick around for a little bit extra because of that added effect when he comes back afterwards. So like he's kind of, if we want to stretch the definition here, he's a 12/12 for 6 split between 2 creatures. Um, or a 12/6 for 6 split between 2 creatures. So he has some value and some utility in that sense. But he's never really struck me as a card that's all that powerful. He's just consistently okay. Alrighty, we've got the Vardvark Experiment up next. This is a 0-cost action that summons a 0/1 Vardvark in each lane. This card's actually not Y. This card is niche. Um, this card is basically used in action-only uh, decks that want to tutor a very specific card out using Transmogrify. I've seen it most prevalently with Alduin. So what you can do is you can play these cards as an action. You summon them for 0 cost, and then you use your Transmogrify on one of them, and it will summon the only card in your deck. Usually that is Alduin, and then you can potentially bump him back into your hand and maybe like Galen a few copies in and whatnot. Well, I guess you couldn't Galen, but you could do Midnight Burial, I suppose. get some extra Alduin copies and whatnot. So, kind of fun stuff. Vardvark Experiments is a little dumb. You can get some value with the Necromancer's Amulet as well with these, and with the Black Soul Gems, I suppose, too. But this is not a card you would normally run, but I do know what its place is. Wake the Dead, 2-cost action that will allow you to draw a spirit or skeleton creature of your choice from your deck and give it +0/+1. This is specifically used in skeleton/spirit tribal decks, and it's good in those decks. Not great, but good in the sense that it will allow you to draw whatever you want from your deck within reason. So you can tutor out something specific with this, and it's just plainly fine. Okay, Watch Commander is up next. This is a 4/4 for 5, and it has the summon effect of giving all friendly guards +1/+2. This is a bit niche. It's reliant on the fact that you are playing a deck that's guard heavy. And I have my own guard heavy deck on this channel. I don't run this card in that because I think that there are better ways to buff your guards up than using this, but it's fine. Waves of the Fallen is up next. This is an 8-cost action that can either transform all enemy creatures in a lane into 2/2 stricken Draugrs, or transform all friendly creatures into a lane, or in a lane, into 5/5 hulking Draugrs. I quite like Waves of the Fallen. I think that it's solid. I wouldn't put it probably great, but I like the fact that it can uh, very quickly change the state of a board. Your opponent could have uh, a full lane of 8 creatures, a full board, I should say, of 8 creatures, and like, let's say you have Mushroom Tower out on the board. You could play a Waves of the Fallen, and then turn an entire lane into 2/2 Draugr, and then you could sacrifice one of your own creatures and then turn their other entire lane into 2/2 Draugr. And if they can't do anything about it after that, then you can play Ice Storm and you just get a complete board wipe. And this is like a wet dream type scenario for this to happen, but there is that possibility there. I also like its versatility where you can turn your weaker creatures into 5/5 hulking Draugr. So if you were to play this on like this could be a fun surprise card to pull out on somebody in a token-based Imperial type Spellsword deck. You pop out the Waves of the Fallen, and then you buff all of your 1/1 recruits into 5/5 hulking Draugr. That could be pretty funny. I would like to do that one day. Okay, what is this? Weakness? Yeah, Weakness is a decent card, so you set a creature's health to 1. I think Weakness is better than Trespasser's Bane. Trespasser's Bane is the one that's going to set your creature's or the creature's attack power to 1 rather than its health. I think Weakness, setting a creature's health to 1, sets it up to die, which is a lot better than allowing a creature at all to live. So I will put Weakness in B tier away from the Trespasser's Bane. And I think that it coming in as an action and one less than this Goblin guy here, even though it's the same effect, provides a different type of versatility to it. Okay, the Whiterun Protector is up next. This is a 4/4 for 5 with the Beast form effect of gaining +2/+2 Guard and Regenerate. I actually think this card is solid. I quite enjoy it. I think it comes down at a good point in the match. The Guard and the Regenerate are very fun to play around with. The only thing limiting this is that it is Beast form, but I don't think it needs to be played in Beast form decks. It's a lot like the Grim Shield Brother. Serves a very different purpose than the Grim Shield Brother, but even so, a 4/4 for 5, if you're not even getting the Beast form, is fine. And then a 6/6 with Guard and Regen on top of that is very nice to play with. All right, up next is Who Done It. Who Done It is a 8-cost action regularly that costs 1 less for each creature in your discard pile, and you gain +2 max magicka. I think this card is pretty solid. It is very well, you know what? Actually, I think this card is pretty great. It's a very consistent way to gain magicka. Because sometimes just playing this thing at like a 6 or a 5 cost is fine. It honestly feels fine to play it at like even a 5 cost to me because gaining +2 max magicka is such a massive thing. Especially if you have a Pureblood Elder out on the board or any of the other cards that are going to be benefiting from gaining max magicka. If you can play this thing for 0, it's crazy, and I don't really think that generating more magicka can be underestimated. It's a very, very powerful effect. So Whodunit is super duper cool. After Whodunit is Windkeep Spellsword. Windkeep Spellsword is a 2/2 for 2 with Ward. I'm very tempted to put him up into Great, but I think that as time has gone on, he's sort of fallen off a little bit just because there's kind of better stuff to play. He's not as like insane in my eyes as the Barrow or the Old Velothi, but he is very good. A 2/2 for 2 with Ward fights very, very well for the early game of the board. Um, the more that I talk about him, the more that I'm kind of wanting to put him up. I think I will. I'll do the controversial Windkeep Spellsword Great position. So what I like about Windkeep Spellsword is that, like I was saying, it fights for the board very, very effectively in the early game. If your opponent is playing a lot of stuff like, I don't know, Slime Marshblade popped out to me early, Deadly Draugr, it ignores all these lethal cards, right? So Deadly Draugr, Indoril, Iliac Sorcerer it can fight off with. Imbued Argonian it doesn't really care about. It can kill this thing. It can pop its ward, kill it, and then still have a turn left of its life, basically. This Shadow Scale it fights for very effectively. So it's just a very consistent card to play down early on turn 2 because your opponent, most of the time, won't have that great of an answer. After the Windkeep Spellsword is, of course, the Wrath of Sithis. The Wrath of Sithis, while being a very cool lore card, um, is also a 6 cost creature that's a 5/6 in stat line with a very cool summon effect. So the summon effect is that your opponent's cards cost 1 more next turn. I think this thing is decent. The stat line, like, it leaves a little bit to be desired. Uh, hmm. I want to rate it higher because I like the card. It doesn't really fill a niche. It more so, honestly, just exists at an awkward spot. So, like we've been talking about with these 6 drop cards, you could play Wrath of Sithis, or you could play Mountain Tyrant, or you could play, where's the other one? Up here somewhere, surely. Yep, the Night Shadow. I think I put Night Predator somewhere down below because I wasn't super impressed with him. Um, but yeah, I think that the same thing can be said with the Wrath of Sithis. I'm not super impressed with this card. I like its effect a lot, but I think that just not giving that keyword and the effect only lasting for 1 turn, um, while it is a good effect and you can get some mileage out of it, I'd probably rather play something else. We're still talking through this though. I haven't decided where I want to put it. I do think that I guess it serves a bit more of a niche. So it's not like there's something that does this effect already that would put it into Y. It's more like you'd have to kind of build a deck that's going to make your opponent's cards cost more, which I think could be fun. That's a fun type of like control warrior maybe with Garnag and the scamp that makes all your actions or all the cards that are below 3 now equal 3 or something like that. There's a fun deck to be played there, and I think Wrath of Sithis fits well in that kind of archetype. So I don't know. It's something to keep in mind for the future. I don't want to put it into Y because I don't think it fits there with the rest of those cards. I could see a reason for playing this. After Wrath of Sithis, we get to the Hrothgar Artisan, which is a 3-cost creature with a 2/3 stat line with the summon effect of give a creature +1/+1. I think this guy's very solid, he's very consistent, and he's very good in Arena. It's about all that there is to say. The Hrothgar Kingpin, on the other hand, a 2-cost 1/1 with the effect of when you summon another orc, Hrothgar Kingpin gains +1/+1, is a completely niche card. So he is very reliant on you playing orcs. If you're not playing orcs, he sucks. If you are playing orcs, he's very good. Zavara Atronach is up next. This is a 3/3 for 3 with the summon effect of you may sacrifice another creature to give Zavara Atronach its power and health. This is a very interesting card. I think it's a bit niche, but what it allows you to do is uh, utilize a creature's stat line again. So if you had, like, let's say Bog Lurcher with that 9/1 stat line, you could use the Bog Lurcher on a turn, attack your opponent, deal that 9 damage, and then once you're done with that card, you could lay down the Zavara Atronach, sacrifice it, and now your Zavara Atronach becomes a 12/4, which is difficult to get rid of for some people. More difficult than the 9/1 is to get rid of, you know? So it's an easy way to transfer big stat lines, and while it's not always super consistent, it is kind of fun. And I personally have gotten a fair few wins off of the back of Zavara Atronach, I believe. So, but yeah, overall, I think that he's fun. He just fills a very, like, very small niche, but again, not really a card that does it quite like him. This would actually work pretty well with the oh, that card in red, uh, Marauder Chieftain. Man, that would work really well with Marauder Chieftain. That would be crazy. Um, Anywho, we've got the Zivkin Banelord up next. This guy's a 7 cost 1/7 with guard and summon. Set the health of each enemy creature in a lane to 1. This guy's pretty cool. He is kind of niche though. You need to be playing him in a deck that's like Sheer Point Dragon works super well with this guy. The Bloody Hand Chef really well. Works really well with this guy. There's a lot of cool combos that ride off of the Zivkin Banelord. However, on his own, um, well, maybe he's not niche because of that. I think you could get some value with this guy. Oh, not great. Nope. But he's solid. Because I was thinking about like combos you have to do with this guy, but you don't have to do those. You could just play this down in a lane with, like, if your opponent's got a Frost Troll in a lane and you put the Zivkin Banelord down, what's the Frost Troll going to do? Absolutely nothing. There are ways to bypass this card if you've got, well, for one, if your opponent has any kind of like low cost creature removal like Luminous Shards or Execute or Aerostorm, this guy's just gone in a heartbeat, but he has significantly weakened your opponent's board state, so that's important to keep in mind with him. He does do a pretty cool thing when he shows up, and there are ways like to give him items or even a Ring of Imaginary Might to give him a much beefier stat line, which should be considered whenever you're playing this card. The U Shield is up next. This is a 2-cost item with guard, and it summons as a +1/+1 for each enemy creature in the lane. We've seen this effect quite a bit in purple. I think this is a good card. I don't think it goes any higher than good. It's a lot like the Cruel Axe, which is what we saw before, except this grants guard. I don't remember where I put Cruel Axe at, but I'm sure that it was somewhere up here. It was somewhere up here. I don't really care to look too hard for it, but it wasn't up there. There it is, Cruel Axe. Yeah, I think that the U Shield is definitely better than the Cruel Axe because the U Shield provides that guard, whereas the Cruel Axe just doesn't. And yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit self-explanatory in that sense. Young Mammoth is up next, and this card is pretty great. It's a 3-cost 4/4, so the Bleak Coast Troll reminds me of the Young Mammoth quite a bit. You're getting a extra boosted stat line with something nice added onto it. So Young Mammoth being a 3-cost, you would think it would be a 3/3, but it's actually a 4/4, so it's very nice in that sense, and it has Breakthrough, making it a exceptional card for early aggro, and as we all are aware, aggro is one of the best and easiest ways to play Elder Scrolls Legends. Even though the rune system is supposed to be there to prevent that, it doesn't really halt aggro as well as it should. And then last but not least, in purple, we have Zumog Foom. So Zumog Foom is a 6-cost orc with a 4/6 stat line, and the summon effect is that you choose another creature. When the chosen creature dies, you summon it as a 1/1. This card will go easily up into great. I think I hate his name. I think Zumag Foom is like the stupidest name ever. However, that's not Elder Scrolls Legends problem. That is a Elder Scrolls Online problem. But no, Zumag Foom is a super cool card. The fact that he will summon a creature after it dies is really cool. He's got a very versatile effect because it can be a friendly creature or an enemy creature that he chooses. And the fact that it resummons as a 1/1 doesn't really matter for half the creatures. Like, you wouldn't want to summon the NTL as a 1/1, but if you summon in a Shadowfen Priest as a 1/1, it doesn't really matter because most of the value from Shadowfen comes from its summon effect. Summon the Grey Fox as a 1/1. You could summon Razum Dar as a 1/1. Corner Club Gambler as a 1/1. Any of these any of these cool cards up here, you could summon as a 1/1 and it would probably be just as effective so long as it's not an aggro type card that you're summoning back. As long as it's a card whose text has some value to it. Zumag Foom can get you value from it as well. So I know that I was a bit rambly in this one. I know I was a bit more. Um, I was trying to rush through it a little bit more. I'm sure that it felt, but that's because I was. I want to get these videos out on a more consistent schedule for you guys. And I think that not every card deserves like its own Bible chapter, you know? Like some cards are just going to be very boring to talk about. Like the Rothgar Artisan. It's not that interesting. We need like one sentence, maybe two about it, and then we can move on. So going forward, I'm going to try to speed through these a little bit quicker. However, that's just that's not really saying that the videos are going to be short. These tier list videos are going to be short because I mean I'm reviewing like 200 cards or something like that in every single episode. So you'll just have to bear with me. I know I can get a little bit ranty and rambly. I apologize for that. Um, but I hope that you guys don't mind too much. And also, if we're looking here, I'm actually surprised with the consistency here. So, the amazing cards, we had, how many are in a row? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. So 15 green cards and 11, 15, 22. 22 cards here. Yeah, 15 plus 7. So 22 and 15. Pretty close in number. This looks very close as well. So if this is 11, 22, 25, then this would be 22, 27, right? So very close there as well. I'm not going to do that for all of them, but it seems like we've got a pretty close match. I guess I did think that there were way more awful agility cards than there were awful endurance cards. But hey, man, sucks to suck. I don't know. Uh, no, I'm kidding, of course. I do think that agility is probably my least comfortable color ranking, but endurance, it actually threw me for a loop in some of these spots. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know what to do for a lot of these cards. Anyway, that's the video. I will see you guys in the next one. If we're going alphabetically, the next one will be intelligence that we go over. So we've done agility, endurance. Next will be intelligence. Then we'll do strength, then willpower. Um, well, I guess we would do intelligence neutral, right? And then strength and willpower. So we'll see how it turns out. I guess I'll do a poll on my YouTube channel and see what you guys want to see the order that you guys want to do it in next. But yeah, this has been the video. Please make sure to let me know in the comments how you felt about my rankings. I feel like we're going to have a lot more discussion in the comments about some of these things. But like I said, I'm not an expert by any means. I might have a YouTube channel, but that does not make me, uh, a doctor in legendsology. So I'm totally open to being wrong about some of these. These are just my own personal opinions, and I hope that you guys are able to stay civil in the comments. We had great discussions in the comments last time, so I'm not like trying to single anyone out or anything. But yeah, I don't know. I'm talking too much, so I'm going to turn the video off right